morning. How is everyone? Go ahead and call this meeting to order if I can, please. This is first welcome, everybody. I'm glad everyone's here. And I'd like to begin just by thanking Dr. Waters for appointing me as chairperson. Today is my first day. I've been on the committee for 2 terms, but so bear with me as I work through the agenda and make sure I get the procedures correct. Dr. Waters will help me, I'm sure, and Sarah will correct me if I do something wrong. I'd like to begin first with introductions if we can, please. And so Sarah, I'll start with you, if that's okay.
Sarah Woodard, I'm the branch supervisor for the Survey and National Register program. We'll keep it going this way. Grace is new.
Yes, I'm Grace Roper. I'm the new program for the environmental review.
Jeff Smith, I'm the National Register Coordinator.
I'm Laura Poole. I'm the Survey and National Register Specialist for the Eastern Region.
And I'm Christy Brantley. I'm a certified local government coordinator.
I'm Rebecca Spandauer. I am architectural survey specialist here in Raleigh. Helen Malloy, I'm an architectural survey specialist here.
Claudia Brown, I'm a survey and national register specialist, and I work part-time outside.
Here at Joe Corino, working with Christy and Michelle and the president. Kate Harville, I'm an environmental review specialist here in Raleigh.
Fred, start with you, please.
Fred Belden, I'm an architect here in Raleigh.
Mary Beth Fitz, I'm a research archaeologist at the Research Labs of Archaeology at UNC Chapel Hill.
And Darren Waters, the Deputy Secretary for the Office of Archives and History and SHPA.
And I am Sean Patch. I'm an archaeologist with New South Associates, chairperson.
Jim Harper, Associate Dean for the School of Graduate Studies at North Carolina Central University.
David Denard, retired history professor from East Carolina University. I also serve on the North Carolina Historical Commission.
We do have a few folks who are running late this morning due to traffic, so we may adjust the order of the agenda for this morning. But prior to that, a few more administrative items I want to make sure we discuss. First is to remind all the committee members to complete your paperwork today. It's important, so you don't have to do it right this minute, but before you leave today, be sure to complete that and give that to Sharon before you leave. Also a reminder for everyone that our meeting is being live streamed and recorded today, so just be aware of that. And our next item is to remind the commissioners in particular about potential conflict of interest. If anyone has a conflict of interest on any of the nominations or the study list applications, please let us know. And I understand that Fred, you already advised us that you have one potentially, so we're aware of that. But if no one has any others, that's good, and we'll move forward. Okay. And the next item then is minutes from our last meeting. And I know we got those yesterday. Does anyone have any corrections or additions to those? You know, I have one. Sarah, that's on page 4 of the minutes. Fitzgerald was misspelled. I know that's minor, but I did read them, so I want to make sure that's reflected. Sure. That is my only comment. Does anyone else have answer questions? Okay. Is there a motion to accept the minutes?
I move approval.
Okay, that's a Dr. Denard, and then second is Dr. Harper. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? No abstentions? Those minutes are approved with correction. Okay. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Waters for some opening remarks.
And it'll be real quick, Mr. Chairman, but thank you for agreeing to serve as chair of this committee. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Harper here as a new member of this committee as well, and thank him for agreeing to serve. Again, you know what my comments are each time we're together. And I fear is that it will sound perfunctory, but it is not. It's genuine, a genuine thank you for your service on this committee and the work that you're doing for historic preservation across the state of North Carolina. And a very big hearty thank you to the team here at the department who do this work on a daily basis, and especially now. And I see Katie is here, so I think with environmental review and all that they're having to do to prioritize things in Western North Carolina. So there's a lot going on in our state. Dr. Denard, I had to apologize to him that I hadn't been able to get in touch with him because he did call as many of you know, that I'm a native of Asheville. And so I have been dealing with parents who were displaced and a couple of siblings who were displaced. And then added to that is having a son and daughter-in-law who live in Punta Gorda, Florida, and having to go through this hurricane. And he was stubborn, my son was stubborn enough to not leave. So we've been stressed out about that. But I just want to thank the team for shifting the way that they are. I've been looking at emails today. Obviously, legislators are wanting us to kind of speed up some work on things related to Western North Carolina. So I really appreciate this team being able to shift. And so thank you all for what you're doing. But you have a full agenda today. Ramona sends her regards. We were just communicating back and forth in the email. She is in Brandywine, Delaware right now for National Park Service training, I think it is. And she said it is going well, but she sends her regards as well. But thank you all for being here. And so I look forward to kind of sitting and walking through these nominations today. Thank you so much.
Okay. It's back to me, and because we don't have a quorum at the moment, while we're waiting for other committee members to arrive, my understanding is that we are transitioning to study list applications, is that correct?
Yeah.
So we'll begin with Lauren Poole, please. Yes.
We are expecting a quorum.
Yes, sir, that is correct. My understanding is that several folks are in transit, we're just stuck in traffic at the moment.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're fine. I was happy to do it.
All right. And Lauren is standing in for Hannah Beckman Black, and Beth King and Audrey Thomas are all Asheville folks. The Western office is closed until it has water again. And Audrey had some flooding in her house, but she is still in Asheville and is doing some volunteer work for part of her days. And Hannah has decamped with her family to her parents in Pennsylvania. And Beth is actually at my house right now and soon to decamp to a little apartment that a neighbor is loaning her in Oakwood. So we have tried, and we also have Jennifer Cathy, who is in our restoration branch and out of the Asheville office. And she is working out of her mom's house in Virginia mostly. I think she's been back and forth to Asheville a few times, but everyone's accounted for. But Western office is having a rough go. So we're stepping in, and appreciate Lauren taking over.
Okay, so I have a script from Hannah. Like Sarah said, she unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but I have a script from her, so I'm going to read this for you now. So excuse me for reading a script. There are 3 properties under consideration for the study list in the Western region today. Unless otherwise noted, all of the photos in these presentations were submitted by the applicant. The first is the Webb House. It's located in Cherokee County, just outside of Andrews, and it's indicated by the red arrow there. This Queen Anne style house was built in circa 1900 for Dr. Benjamin G. Webb and his wife Elda. Webb was a doctor and entrepreneur who established several local businesses, including a sawmill, grist mill, brick manufacturing plant, and ice plant in the late 1800s and early 1900s. He is remembered by his family, who still owns the property, as a humanitarian who cared for his community, providing them with essential goods and services, often in exchange for little in exchange. Dr. Webb was an Asheboro native, educated at Louisville Medical School, and by 1890 moved to Andrews, becoming one of the first of 2 doctors in town. It does not appear that he had an office, but instead traveled to patients in the surrounding area. Webb family initially had a house in town, but in 1897, Dr. Webb purchased land just west of downtown and built the house with lumber from a sawmill on the property. The property once totaled 300 acres, but was subdivided throughout the years, and the extant resources are concentrated on the south end of this 81.4 acre parcel, with Webb Creek and Webb Creek Road running along the west side of the property. Taking a closer look at the house, its overall has good integrity. The exterior retains its wood siding, wood sash windows, and form. Changes to the exterior include the reconfiguration of the porch and replacement of the porch supports in the 1960s and 70s. You can see this change when comparing the 1900s photo in the bottom with the present day photo at the top. It's kind of where originally the porch kind of cut in at an angle, and now it's kind of has that chamfered corner. Is where that change occurred. Recently, the polygonal bay left of the porch sustained water damage and was rebuilt, which is shown in that bottom left photo. The window and the wall is currently being repaired, but will be replaced once it's repaired. Here are some views of the side of the house and the rear. On the interior, the original floor plan remains intact, but some of the finishes have been altered. All walls are covered with rough sawn boards and were originally covered with wallpaper only, but at a later date, some drywall had been added to prevent draftiness. The drywall has been removed in some rooms, exposing the rough sawn boards. Downstairs, all the fireplace mantles remain, but upstairs, 2 of the 3 are missing, and this is a floor plan that Hannah drew. Here is a view of the first floor hall and parlor. The rear rooms on the first floor, including the kitchen. The second floor hall and rear bedrooms, you can see the rough sawn boards there. And 2 of the additional bedrooms on the second floor, again, you can see the rough sawn boards. Looking at the other resources on the property, there's a stone wall and walkway leading to the house. The construction date is unknown, but it's most likely early. There's also a circa 1910 grist mill that operated until 1980. It's severely deteriorated, but retains much of its original equipment. This is what the current owners are calling the mini mill, which was constructed in the 70s or 80s. And there are also the remnants of an ice plant, including a circa 1920 ice storage house and some equipment. The business closed in the 1950s. Okay. Several resources once stood on the property that are no longer extant. The sawmill, brick plant, storage barns, and a few houses for mill workers have been demolished over the years. There was also a narrow gauge railroad that passed in front of the Webb House before turning north along Webb Creek up to Snowbird Mountains north of town. The railroad was built in the early 1900s to serve the Kanawha Hardwood Company, one of the largest local employers at the turn of the 20th century. Andrews boomed in the early 1900s due to the lumber and tanning industries, and there are several Queen Anne style houses built around this time, but the Webb House compares favorably to these. Looking at other comparables, we have the Franklin Pierce Cover House, which was listed in 1982, which is an outstanding brick example. The George B. Walker House was determined eligible in 1996, but now has vinyl siding, vinyl windows, and replacement columns. The Ben Grant House has a great exterior integrity, but was rejected from the study list in 2010 due to extensive interior alterations. The 2 Walker houses at the bottom of the screen have nice Queen Anne characteristics and also have some craftsman detailing on their porches. There are several unsurveyed comparable properties in Andrews that have had exterior changes, but the best comparable appears to be the house at 851 Main Street, although we don't know what its interior condition is. It's actually very similar, including even the little gabled projection on the second floor. Overall, the Webb House appears to retain good historic integrity, and staff recommends adding it to the study list, likely significant at the local level under criterion C for architecture, and pending further research, there may be a case for significance under criterion B for its association with Dr. Benjamin Webb. So that's the house. No one has any immediate questions. I'll go on to the next property. Okay.
What did you establish as the broad period of historical significance for that?
Hannah doesn't say in this this particular script, but the house was built in circa 1900, and if it is eligible under criterion C, it would probably be that period of construction, unless there were any major additions that we needed to take into account. But if it's pretty much unchanged since 1900, probably that period of significance would be 1900. If Dr. Webb is found to be of exceptional significance, it would be probably his period of occupation as well. So the next one is Lake Lure Historic District. And this is in Rutherford County. The proposed district, with its location indicated by the red arrow on this map, encompasses a concentration of historic resources associated with the development of the town of Lake Lure, a significant tourist destination first established in the early 1920s. Okay. According to the application, Dr. Lucius B. Morse initiated the endeavor recruiting prominent businessmen, including bankers and industrialists, to invest in his vision of the community. In November 1923, the men chartered Chimney Rock Mountains, Inc., which rapidly acquired 8,000 acres in Hickory Nut Forge, The company engaged Charlotte-based landscape architect and engineer Earl Sumner Draper to plan the town of Lake Lure, which would encompass 2,000 acres surrounding a man-made body of water of the same name. Infrastructure was executed between 1925 and 1928 with the completion of the dam and hydroelectric plant, lake, beach, water, sewer, and electric systems, subdivision roads, and a 6-mile section of Highway 20, which is now Memorial Highway or US 64, that winds around the lake. These are historic images from the newspaper. Very cool to see. The town is distinguished by the Renaissance Revival style Lake Lure Inn, built in 1926, and Lake Lure Administration Building, built in 1927, designed by Philadelphia architect Robert Rhodes McGoodwin, which emulate villas in the Mediterranean coast of France, Spain, and Italy, rather than the rustic revival style log structures more typical of Western North Carolina resort communities at the time. Light-colored stucco walls and red roofs continued to be employed in the new buildings. Investors from throughout the region commissioned construction of vacation homes and rental properties supporting the building and tourism trades that provided employment for most of the area. Thousands of annual visitors enjoyed fishing, boating, canoeing, swimming, hiking, climbing, golfing, tennis, and camps for children and adults. Development slowed during the Great Depression, but resumed as the economy strengthened and burgeoned throughout the mid-20th century. So this is a picture of Lake Lure Inn and the administration building. This is the two biggest buildings. This is a portion of the plat from 1926. It shows the center of town, which looks much the same as it does today, with the inn located. The inn is kind of the L-shaped building there, kind of towards the top of the screen. And the administration building, which is the U-shaped red roof building kind of towards the bottom of the screen, and the beach along the lake there. So we're going to take a closer look at the resources in the district. This is the Lake Lure Inn, first built in 1926. Notable changes include the enclosure of the portico in 1990 and addition of a porte cochere and north portico in 2005. This is the 1927 Lake Lure Administration Building, which housed the post office, stores, a ballroom, municipal and professional offices, as well as some lodging on the 3rd floors. The only notable exterior change dates to 2005, when the original wood windows were replaced with single pane fixed windows. This is the Red Barn, also known as Roosevelt Hall. It was built in 1950 as a dance hall for the hotel. It retains its original 6/6 double hung wood sashes and board and batten siding, but in 2005, a new porch railing was installed and some interior renovations were completed. This is Frank's Hotel and Restaurant. The first 16 rooms and the restaurant were erected in 1953, with 9 additional rooms added in 1956. A renovation in 2007 replaced all of the steel casement windows. Also included in the proposed district is the 1925 Rutherford Co. Bridge 34. This is one of 3 bridges constructed as part of the initial town infrastructure. All the bridges were study listed in 1995 and determined eligible in 1998, along with the Lake Lure Dam and Power Plant, which was study listed in 1979 and determined eligible in 2016. Lake Lure was, of course, in the path of Hurricane Helene's destruction, and the extent of the damage to the town of Lake Lure is still unknown at this time. However, the applicant confirmed that the administration building and most of the hotel complex appears to be in good shape. The motor lodge and restaurant are at a lower elevation and suffered water damage, the extent of which is still not known. Prior to the hurricane, staff discussed the possibility of including the other bridges, the dam and the power plant and the lake as a whole within the district, but determined that a smaller boundary encompassing the lodging and administration buildings was also possible. A future nomination would need to address the hurricane damage and determine more precise boundaries and explore whether the district should encompass a lake, dam, and bridges. In all, staff recommends adding Lake Lure Historic District to the state study list, likely significant under criterion A in the areas of community planning and development and entertainment and recreation. So that's Lake Lure. Any immediate questions before I move on?
It's the acreage, the size of that historic district.
Let's see if she included that in the presentation.
The boundary would be up for debate.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be just this kind of immediate area that you're seeing on the screen, but as she said, there's potential to expand to include the entire lake and the hydroelectric dam, which is, I believe, on the other side of the lake from the town, if I'm remembering correctly from the maps I've looked at. So it could be a very small boundary and it also could be a very large boundary. It just depends on what someone wanted to do within the nomination. But it could be quite a big district. Any other questions or? Good, okay. The last one we have for the Western region is the Hensley Cabin. This is located in Yancey County, approximately 2.5 miles south of the county seat of Burnsville. The Hensley Cabin and associated farm buildings are an outstanding collection of 19th century log buildings. According to the applicant, Stephen McMahon, received a land grant for the property in 1835, but the federal census indicates that he was in the area as early as 1800. Family tradition holds that he built the log house, granary, and livestock barn in 1912. McMahon's daughter Anne married John Hensley, and they later acquired the property, which remained in the Hensley family ever since. At one time, the property was hundreds of acres, but after being sold off through the years, some 90 acres still remain. The entry for this article in a guide to the historic architecture of Western North Carolina said the following. The Hensley farm typifies small 19th century farms, once found up coves and hollers, but now largely vanished from the landscape and inaccessible to public view. Here's a site plan of the resources. As you can see, number one is the house. They're kind of in the center-ish of the farm. Number two is the livestock barn towards the bottom of the screen. Number three is the granary, and then you can see the smokehouse also really close to the house. Oh, wait, fine. And then number six is a chicken coop on the other side of the road. There's also a family cemetery, which is located off screen. If you look kind of up the holler, there is a tobacco barn that was located further away from the house, and that was unfortunately destroyed by Hurricane Helene. Over the years, the roads near and through the property have changed quite a bit. Prior to 1935, the road ran south of the property, as you can see on this soil survey map. Around 1935, the road was rerouted by the log house to correct issues with the grade of the road, and the road ran beside the barn and on the east side of the log house. You can see this kind of bunny ear shape that the road has. In 1963, the state took ownership of the road and rerouted it to the west side of the log house, so it's much less scary looking now. Here are some images of the property from 1938. And this is a better image of the house showing the circa 1860 L on the rear of the house. Okay. Here are the resources today, starting with the house. A circa 1960 renovation project brought the house up to modern living standards. On the exterior, the front porch was added, foundations repaired, and cement chigging added. Doors and windows were also replaced at this time. The rear L siding was replaced with this Waney edge wood siding. The earlier porch on the L was enclosed in the 1960s, and a new porch was added within the last 5 years. A door opening on the side of the original portion of the house was also retrofitted as a window. So that window that you see next to the red tank in the top photo was originally a door that's been turned into a window. On the interior, plumbing and electricity was added, hardwood floors were replaced, new fireplace mantles installed, and the stairs replaced a ladder to the upstairs loft. The rear L became the kitchen, and the enclosed former porch was a laundry room and bathroom. Now looking at some of the outbuildings, the dates given for these outbuildings are according to family tradition. This is a 19th century smokehouse, which was moved to the property in the 1970s to replace an original smokehouse. This is the circa 1812 granary, which retains its grain storage bins along the interior. This is the 1812 livestock barn, which has a 1980 frame addition on the rear. This is the circa 1910 tobacco barn, which was sadly destroyed by Hurricane Helene. And here is the family cemetery. The earliest burial in the cemetery dates to the early 1900s, and it's still an active family cemetery. Over the years, trees grew on the farm fields, giving the land a forested appearance. However, the current owner is logging and retrofitting the farm fields to match the original field patterns based on this 1950s aerial. In a search of Yancey County log buildings on HPO Web, there were 17 results. Of those, several were confirmed gone, very altered, or much later than the buildings of the Hensley farm. These are some examples. The Hensley House and Farm appear to be the most intact collection of log buildings dating to the 19th century. As such, staff recommends adding the Hensley Cabin and outbuildings to the state study list, likely significant under criterion C in the area of architecture. The applicant also noted that there have been many paintings of these buildings during the years, and Hannah wanted to share this one with you, which is done by a local artist. So that is the Hensley Farm, and that is all the properties for the Western office for the study list.
Before we move to motion, is there any discussion or questions of Lauren for any of the three properties on this first study list set? Okay, someone like to make a motion on these first three for the Western region?
I'll move approval.
Okay. Second, okay, that was. Okay, all those in favor of accepting these for the study list, say aye. Are there any opposed? No abstentions? Okay, that motion's passed. And Sarah, I just interject for a moment to ask if we now have a quorum?
Yes, and we
Okay.
will switch back to National Art History.
Before we do that, I'd like to ask our two new members to introduce themselves. If you guys don't mind, good to see you. Welcome this morning. I understand you had some traffic problems here. We're glad you made it safely. So if you both introduce yourselves, please.
I'm Joe Opperman, architect, Winston-Salem.
I'm David Bergson, Historic Preservations, Winston-Salem.
Glad you guys made it. Thank you. All right. And we are transitioning over to National Register nominations now that we have the quorum. And to begin with Sarah David.
All right, thank you. All right, Hopkins Chapel, and this is another one that, this is another Western property that we believe weathered the hurricane successfully. Hopkins Chapel AME Zion Church is eligible for the National Register at the local level of significance under criteria A and C for its associations with religion, ethnic heritage, and architecture. Its period of significance begins in 1910 with the current building's construction and ends in 1974 with the departure of a particularly influential pastor. Hopkins Chapel is located in Asheville here in Buncombe County. And it's just outside of downtown in the East End neighborhood. As you can see, modern roads have cut the church off from the residential area it had been associated with historically. Hopkins Chapel in Asheville began in 1868 after splitting from Central Methodist Church. The reason for the split, in addition to ongoing treatment as second-class citizens within the church, stemmed from the white pastor's refusal to allow a visiting Black minister to preach to the Black members of the congregation. Tired of their treatment by the white members of the church, the Black worshipers brandished their newfound freedoms and staged a protest march, gathering in front of the church one Sunday and walking across town to the East End neighborhood where they worshiped at a brush arbor at the foot of Bowcatcher Mountain. The congregation's public demonstration established its commitment to activism and social justice and set a precedent for its role in Asheville's Black community. The nomination details a long list of African-American political and social leaders associated with the church, including many locally significant educators, doctors, lawyers, and activists. Floyd McKissick, a nationally recognized civil rights activist and lawyer, Dr. W.J. Trent, president of Livingstone College in Salisbury, and Dr. Albert Manley, president of Spelman College in Atlanta, all grew up in the Hopkins congregation, just to give you a brief taste of the folks who came out of this congregation. Leaders in the AME Zion Church at the national and international levels also came from Hopkins. 3 Hopkins members have been elected to the bishop over the AME Zion Church over the years, and the church's quote unquote Hopkins message of cooperation, dignity, and respect was woven into the denomination's leadership. William Jacob Wells called Hopkins his home church, as he went on to be one of the most significant AME Zion Church leaders of the 20th century. Wells began preaching at Hopkins when he was a child and was ordained at age 14. Wells achieved senior leadership within the denomination, was vice president of the NAACP, served on the board of trustees at Livingstone College, and was the presiding bishop over the Blue Ridge Conference of the AME Zion Church. During the 1950s and 1960s, significant redevelopment and urban renewal occurred throughout the East End. This undermined this undermined the social and family institutions of the East End and changed its physical appearance. The widening of Valley Street to 5 lanes in a 60-foot wide corridor severed connections between the residential sections of the East End and the neighborhood's business district, and it demolished 60 buildings. The period of significance ends in 1974 when Reverend James David Armstrong's tenure with the church ended. In addition to his church leadership, he served as director of the Asheville Human Relations Council and president of the Asheville chapter of the NAACP. By the 1990s, the church building had deteriorated and had to be closed. Water damage led to a failing roof and rotting beams, while the weight of a lower level ceiling had compromised the structural integrity of the sanctuary floor. Following repairs and stabilization, the congregation returned to the building in 2000. And OED, of course, recommend this as eligible for listing. The local commission supports, officially supports the nomination. We did receive an email just this morning from a local commissioner wanting to add some educational context to the nomination. I haven't spoken with the commissioner directly, but because it's being listed for religion, African-American history and architecture and not education, I don't know that that's something that needs to be done in terms of the National Register process. So there's that piece of information. So a very, very late breaking information. Do you all have any questions on this?
Was that structure affected by Helen?
So far as we know, it survived and so far as we know, it doesn't have any problems, but we haven't heard for sure. I've talked to Clay, who prepared the nomination, and he himself is fine and making do in Asheville, but I don't know about the specific building.
Did my dissertation help?
What's that?
Did my dissertation help any?
I believe it might have. All right. Keep on trucking then.
So I'll just make one more point. We'll take these by region, obviously. So Western region, there are 2 nominations. When we get to the Piedmont, Central and Southeastern regions, we'll take those nominations 2 at a time, just so we have an opportunity for more discussion at that point. But for now, Sarah, if you
All right.
proceed, please.
This is another of Hannah's properties. This is the Marshall High School additional documentation and boundary increase. Marshall High School is located in the Madison County seat of Marshall. There's Madison County, and it's just south of Main Street on Blennerhassett. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. Blennerhassett Island. When Hurricane Helene hit Western North Carolina, I'm sure you've all seen images of Marshall suffering really devastating flooding. Both of these buildings are still standing, and we have seen drone footage of them that indicate that water was up through the first floor. Beyond that, we don't know the extent of the damage here, but we are moving forward with the information as it was presented in the nomination. Marshall High School was listed in the National Register in 2008, significant at the local level under Criterion A for education and Criterion C for architecture, with a period of significance beginning in 1926 when the school was built and ending in 1957, which was 50 years from the time the nomination was prepared. At that time, the boundary only encompassed the 1926 school, but the 1956 gymnasium is historically related and shares educational significance with the school. This boundary increase encompasses a total of 2.91 acres to include both the school and gymnasium by adding the tax parcel on which the gymnasium stands, while excluding other land on the island that was originally part of the school acreage but has been transformed into a public park in recent years and no longer retains integrity to the historic period. In the following photos, you will see the gym is very intact with the gymnasium space on the upper floor and classrooms on the lower floor. The only notable changes date to 1968 when flood damage required some foundation repair and re-poured concrete flooring on the first floor classroom spaces. The additional documentation provides more history of both the high school and gymnasium, as well as context in the area, excuse me, of education to justify continued significance into the mid-1970s. The revised period of significance extends to 1974, when a consolidated Madison County High School building was constructed and Marshall High School closed. During the historic period, the school, which only served white children until Madison County schools desegregated in 1965, offered both general and college preparatory diplomas and continued to expand its extracurricular clubs and activities, along with offering a variety of sports. The 1956 gymnasium was an integral part of the high school, not only used for athletics, but also enabling the high school to expand upon its curricula offerings by providing additional classroom space. The building also served as a community gathering space for events important to local residents. Another component of the additional documentation is an updated description of the 1926 high school to reflect minimal changes made to the building during a 2007 rehabilitation project. Work was underway during the preparation of the original nomination and therefore was not reflected in the nomination text. The rehabilitation work was in keeping with the Secretary of the Interior standards and was primarily limited to removing modern exterior doors on the entry vestibules, adding a new wood deck and steel fire escape stairs at the rear of the building, leveling out the auditorium floor, and repairing or replacing finishes in kind as needed. Let's see. This is a summary of all that this nomination achieves. Also, the Office of State Archaeology reviewed this nomination and determined it did not have archaeological potential. Any questions?
No questions or discussion on either of those two properties? Okay, then anyone care to make a motion for the two properties for the Western region?
I move approval.
And second.
Dr. Denard, seconded by David Bergstone. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No abstentions? All right, that's great. Then we'll move on to the central and southeastern regions.
So this is Mount Pleasant National Register Historic District, additional documentation. This is actually one of Julie Smith's, but unfortunately she couldn't be with us today, so I'm going to be covering for her. Excuse me for reading a script again. Okay. So this morning I am presenting Mount Pleasant National Register Historic District nomination additional documentation. Of note is that the format and most of the content of this presentation was prepared by the consultant for a public meeting in Mount Pleasant, which Julie was able to attend, and the building photographs are also from the consultant. Okay. Mount Pleasant is in Cabarrus County, about 9 miles east of Concord and northeast of the greater Charlotte metro area. When Mount Pleasant Historic District was listed in the National Register of Historic Places in 1986, it encompassed the full extent of the contiguous historic resources in town constructed before circa 1935. It included commercial resources at the intersection of Franklin and Main Streets, residential and religious resources that extend north, south, east, and west from the commercial core, and industrial resources near the northern, western, and east town limits. The original period of significance extends from 1840 to circa 1935, the 50-year mark prior to its preparation. The original nomination identified significance in the areas of commerce and industry as an example of a textile village with a small commercial core, as well as architecture representing nearly every major style popular during the period of significance. However, while the 1986 nomination provides a thorough context of architectural significance, it only includes a cursory overview of commercial and industrial context. This additional documentation addresses the limitations of the 1986 Mount Pleasant Historic District by providing an updated inventory of the district that includes written descriptions and an updated contributing status for all resources within the district boundaries. In addition, it clarifies the National Register boundary with a new district map, which takes into account the current tax parcel data, which was not available for the 1986 map, and includes coordinates that more accurately describe the boundary. The document also serves to supplement context for commerce and industry prior to 1935, as well as providing context in the areas of significance for the post-1935 period. The additional documentation also amends the period of significance to extend through circa 1976 to encompass the continued growth within the Mount Pleasant Historic District throughout the mid-20th century. The Mount Pleasant Historic District additional documentation is significant at the local level under criterion A for commerce. Commercial buildings throughout the historic district were constructed from 1935 through 1960. These include businesses representing the continued growth of the commercial core, with new retail establishments to serve the growing population of Mount Pleasant and the surrounding rural areas in the mid-20th century. Here are some examples of some. It is also significant at the local level under criterion A for industry. Though most of the industrial enterprises in Mount Pleasant were established between 1896 and 1925, both the Miller Lumber Company and the Tuscarora Cotton Mill, two of the town's main industries throughout its history, experienced growth through the mid-20th century, with new facilities constructed in the historic district in the early 1970s. And you can see those here. Finally, the Mount Pleasant Historic District additional documentation is significant at the local level under criterion C for architecture. A wide range of resource types, building types, and sizes are present, including large 19th century residences to mid-20th century houses. Religious architecture includes examples of the Italianate, Romanesque, and colonial revival styles. Extant commercial buildings are mostly standard 1- and 2-story forms with applied early 20th century Italianate or mid-20th century modernist detailing. Government buildings include the 1967 modernist style post office. The Mount Pleasant Historic District additional documentation includes 128 primary contributing resources and 29 non-contributing primary resources. There are 55 buildings built between 1936 and 1976, and 46 of these are now contributing. The period of significance begins in 1840 with the construction of the oldest building in the historic district and extends to circa 1976. This is an updated map that would be submitted with the additional documentation to the National Park Service. There was also a statement of archaeological potential provided by OSA, which I will paraphrase for you now. Archaeological deposits and remnant landscape features remain, which may be present and can provide valuable information to the understanding and interpretation of the district. Archaeological deposits such as debris from that accumulated during the operation of multiple mills within the town can provide information valuable to the understanding and interpretation of the historic district. Information concerning worker health, nutrition, and quality of life, environmental transformations during the industrial development, and the effects of technology change on work culture and daily life may also be discovered. At this time, no investigation has been done to discover these remnants, but it is likely that they exist, and this should be considered in the development of properties within the historic district. In addition, cemeteries and unmarked graves are protected by North Carolina statutes 65 and 70, and this should be considered in any future archaeological research. So that is Mount Pleasant Historic District additional documentation. Right. Any immediate questions? I think I'm next up as well.
Next up.
Let me get the next. Just gonna stay up here. Okay. Moving right along. So I have one nomination for you that I'm presenting for myself from the Central Region. So I did review this one, so I'm more familiar with it if you have questions. This is Johnson's Drive-In in Chatham County. Johnson's Drive-In is located in Siler City in West Chatham County. It's situated east of downtown along East 11th Street, also known as US 64. Clyde Leonard Johnson and Evelyn Christine Johnson opened Johnson's Drive-In in 1946. Quick service roadside eateries proliferated in the early and mid-20th centuries with the widespread adoption of the automobile as the primary mode of transportation. In Siler City, the realignment of the US 64 corridor in the early 1940s fueled economic development and drew businesses away from downtown to locations closer to the highway with ample parking for motorists. However, in 1945, when Leonard and Christine, who you can see here, commissioned the construction of a restaurant on the south side of US 64, the area was still relatively undeveloped. Johnson's Drive-In, said to be the first restaurant offering curbside service on US 64 between Asheboro and Raleigh, opened on July 19th, 1964. And this is a photo of Leonard and Christine, probably in the 40s or 50s outside of the drive-in. And all these photos were provided by the consultant or by the family. Originally, Johnson's Drive-In occupied a small 1 1/2 story side gable concrete block building, which you can see in the top two photos there, Leonard and Christine served breakfast, lunch, and dinner to hungry customers Tuesday through Sunday in the restaurant's dining room, which featured stylish aluminum frame tables with red laminate tops and chairs with red and turquoise vinyl upholstery, which you can see in that bottom left photo. The business also included a convenience store and two gas pumps located northeast of the building, one of which is visible in this bottom photo. You can also see one of the car hops that would take the food to your car. Leonard's parents, Taylor and Elizabeth Johnson, managed the store until the late 1940s. The facade of the 1946 building, as seen in that top photo there, historically featured two doors, each flanked by large windows with rectangular transoms. The 1946 section was clad in a brick veneer in the 1960s, and the fenestration was altered to its current configuration, which you can see in the bottom photo. Although the building was altered during the 1960 renovation, many of the original windows and doors were encapsulated behind the brick veneer and are visible within the interior. Along the interior of the 1946 section, you have two primary first floor rooms with open plans and a 3-room second floor apartment. The east room, which is the blue room that you see in the top two photos, was the main dining area, while the west room encompassed the restaurant kitchen, counter, convenience store displays, and some additional seating, which you can see in the bottom two photos, and that archway in the bottom left leads through to the dining room. More seating was added after the convenience store closed in the 1950s. And you can see that even though this portion of the building is now used for storage, many of the original interior finishes remain, including the ceilings, the floors, the plaster walls, and even the original service counter. Upstairs, the apartment, which was historically accessed by a set of stairs along the west side of the building, also remains remarkably intact. While the Celotex tile ceiling has been removed, the original floors, wall treatments, and even fixtures remain. And this is where you can see the encapsulated doors and windows. The drive-in's reputation for excellent food and efficient service spread quickly, attracting locals and motorists alike. Notably, the establishment was not segregated, an anomaly in the Jim Crow South. All seating and facilities were available to both Black and white customers who used the same entrances. Traffic increased during football season, and events such as the State Fair in Raleigh resulted in long lines and extended hours. As business boomed in the 1950s, the Johnsons closed the convenience store to facilitate restaurant growth. They subsequently engaged the same contractors who constructed the 1946 building to build a modern addition completed in 1960. And this is a picture of Mr. Johnson in the background and his son Claxton, who began working in the kitchen working in the restaurant at a very young age. The 1960s addition consists of a single-story flat roof rectangular wing with a brick veneer, aluminum frame windows, and a flat roof canopy. The design of the addition reflects the trends in mid-20th century commercial architecture, which often incorporated elements of the modernist style, reflecting the era's progressive thinking and optimism in the use of new materials, construction techniques, and spatial arrangements. The simple geometric lines, brick veneer, aluminum frame windows, and doors and flat roof canopy of the 1960 edition are all hallmarks of this modern design aesthetic. And I will note that the aluminum windows along the front of along the addition were replaced in 2021 after a car crashed into the corner of the building. But you can see in that top photo, which is from 1961, that this section originally had very similar windows. Also, a portion of the planter and the knee wall along the front were repaired, and that's visible in this variegated brick here along the facade. Once the 1960 addition was complete, the original section of the drive-in was closed and used for storage. The new air-conditioned restaurant seated 36 people at booths and counter stools, a substantial increase from the original dining room. The interior of the 1960 addition consists of a large room containing the dining area as well as an open cooking area and a kitchen to the rear. An entrance vestibule at the northeast corner of the addition provides access to the dining room, and a corridor to the east leads to the restrooms and an entrance to the 1946 section. The dining room features wood-paneled walls, laminate tables with upholstered booths, and a long wooden counter lined with aluminum frame stools. Johnson's Drive-In continues to garner widespread acclaim. Its burgers topped with Velveeta cheese, slaw, chili, and diced onions have been deemed the best in North Carolina more than 50 times, and the restaurant remains a popular spot for locals, travelers, and even international visitors. Johnson's Drive-In has remained in the Johnson family for almost 80 years, passing from Leonard and Christine to their son Claxton after Christine died in 2007. Today, it's operated by Claxton's daughter, Carolyn, and her family, continuing a family tradition begun in 1946. Johnson's Drive-In is locally significant under Criterion A in the area of commerce for its association with mid-20th century commercial development along US 64 in Siler City, and is the oldest continuously operating business in Siler City. The property is also locally significant under criterion C as it displays distinctive characteristics of mid-century roadside building architecture. Johnson's Drive-In also retains a high degree of integrity. Although the lot has been reduced in size due to road widening and commercial development along the US 64, the restaurant retains its prominent roadside presence and thus retains integrity of setting, feeling, and association. The building also displays integrity of design, materials, and workmanship from the period of significance, as the interior of the 1946 and 60 sections retain a high degree of historic fabric with few material changes. Although the building was expanded and altered in the 1960s, these changes occurred within the period of significance and were undertaken to present a unified, updated appearance. The period of significance for Johnson's Drive-In extends from 1946 to 1974, and although the restaurant continues to operate, the period after 1974 was not exceptionally significant. And the National Register boundary encompasses the entire 0.57 acre parcel associated with the restaurant, which includes all of the residual acreage associated with the restaurant. And this is the map provided by the consultant. You can see the boundary outlined by the black boundary. We did receive comments from OSA about this nomination, and OSA staff felt that the property did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential. Okay. I think that's my two.
Right, so I'd like to stop there if we can and ask the committee if there's any comments, questions, or discussions, and we'll take a vote on these two. Okay. I don't have any comments or questions. Those both look good to me. Then anyone care to make a motion on these two properties?
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Is there a second? Dr. Harper, all right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you, everyone. Next up is.
Oh, I'll bring it to you. I saw it.
Good morning. I'm going to present nominations that were prepared by consultant Heather Fernbach for two properties. Two properties located in the area extending south and southeast from Durham's Central Business District, just across the Durham Freeway, which is the city's largest concentration of historic African-American neighborhoods. The northern end of this area, where both properties are located, is what remains of Hayti, Durham's premier African-American neighborhood that extended south from the railroad tracks and was largely obliterated for construction of the freeway and through urban renewal projects. So the first of these two properties is the Harriet Tubman YWCA at East Umstead Street, 312 East Umstead. So just to orient you, well, I guess this isn't working on the,
We can see.
here we go, I'll use the cursor. So here's the Central Business District up here, Durham, the railroad tracks, the freeway, and down here on East Umstead Street, the black dot is where the Y is located. And here's a little bit closer view, and here you can see it, and it's just a few parcels down from the old Hillside Park High School, which is listed in the National Register several years ago. And again, a closer aerial view. This is the three-story section is right here, and then the one-story addition. This was built in 1953, and this addition is 1969 that wraps around the west and south sides of the property. The Young Women's Christian Association was established in London in 1855 to facilitate female mental, physical, and social well-being for sustenance, advocacy, education, training, and recreation. The association's initial U.S. branch was organized in 1858 in New York City, and the first YWCA branch established specifically to serve African-American women and girls opened in Dayton, Ohio in 1889. The earliest North Carolina branches for white women formed during the early 1900s. African-American women chartered YWCAs in Asheville, Charlotte, and Winston-Salem in the 19 teens, and students organized YWCA associations at colleges, including around 1920, the National Religious Training School in Durham, now the North Carolina Central University, just a short distance south of this current site. At the same time, prominent African-American women were advocating for a YWCA in Hayti. The Harriet Tubman branch opened in November 1922, and 3 months later had 200 members and offered a full slate of educational programs. The branch was initially based at Royal Knights of King David Hall. It was a 3-story brick commercial building in the 700 block of Fayetteville Street. And then in 1924, YWCA trustees leased and soon purchased the former home of educator and businessman James E. Shepard, the first president of what became North Carolina Central. It was a home of Shepard and his wife Annie in the 500 block of Fayetteville Street. Neither of those buildings is extant. In 1934, the YWCA's national headquarters encouraged members to decry lynching and mob violence and promote interracial cooperation in African-American civil rights. In Durham, the Central Branch's all-white Committee on Colored Work oversaw the Tubman Branch's finances and programs until the 1934 formation of an interracial committee. Its members regularly met at the Tubman Branch to plan classes, events, health clinics, membership drives, and toy campaigns. African-American and white leaders had little interaction otherwise, and most programs remained segregated, and the YWCA's attempt to foster racial inclusivity was an anomaly in the Jim Crow South. The Tubman Branch was finally able to invest in larger quarters when the residence of North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company executive John Moses Avery and his wife Lula in the 300 block of East Umstead Street became available in 1936. The location, 1 block east of Hillside Park High School, less than 1 block east of the school, was optimal for youth engagement. By 1950, Tubman Branch enrollment had grown to almost 600 women and girls. In January of 51, the Durham YWCA launched a drive to construct a building for the Tubman Branch on East Umstead Street, just east of the Avery House, which is no longer standing either. Funding constraints resulted in removal of the west third of the 3-story flat-roofed modernist building from the scope of work. So originally, you see there are four bays here. There were to be 2 more bays over here, and they had to remove that from the scope. Construction commenced in July of 52 and was substantially complete in May of 53 at a cost of approximately $90,000. The 3-story main block and the addition were conceived in an economical manner that allowed for rapid construction, flexible use, ease of maintenance, and future expansion. As you can see, the building is characterized by angular form, horizontal massing, and large metal frame windows, all of which epitomize the functional modernism prevalent during the mid-20th century. Durham architect and engineer Howard Raymond Weeks's firm designed the original building, and local contractor T.W. Poe & Sons constructed it, but the architect and builder of the 1969 addition have not been identified. And again, that 69 addition is the 1-story wing. So now I'm just going to walk you around the exterior. In the oblique view at upper right, you can see the west side. At lower right, the rear of the building. And in the oblique view at lower left, you see the east side and the east end of the main facade. And now a brief tour of the interior. The plan at upper left there is flipped, hence the writing's upside down, but you probably can't even see that. So it accords with the true orientation of the building, with Umstead Street at the top of the plan. So these views, this is just inside at the bottom, just inside the entrance up here, this airlock here, aluminum framed. And then to the right, you see the curved reception area and looking down the hall. These views are of the dining room and kitchen that occupy the 1st-story addition. And this is the basement recreation room under the main block. The second and third floors are virtually identical, built as dormitories. These are representative views of the corridor and a room on the second floor. Although the building's condition has deteriorated since it became vacant, the form, structure, plan, circulation, pattern, and finishes are substantially intact, and the property retains all 7 aspects of integrity. The reinforced concrete and terracotta block structure is in good condition, and the floor plan is unaltered. Removal of cracked and spalling plaster, damaged wood trim, vinyl composition floor tile, and asbestos-containing mastic, and deteriorated acoustical ceiling tiles was a necessary first step in rehabilitation. Original interior finishes that remain despite suffering fire and water damage can be repaired or emulated during rehabilitation. Despite the funding shortfall that reduced the building's size, the larger facility allowed the branch to considerably increase services. Expanded programming included after-school academic, social, and cultural enrichment programs, often led by North Carolina college students. Along with YWCA programming, the basement recreation room was regularly used for meetings and events by numerous civic groups. YWCA staff and volunteers worked from offices on the first floor, while rooms on the second and third floors were filled at capacity with young working women and college students who paid nominal rent for furnished double occupancy rooms. Breakfast and dinner prepared and served in the house were available at minimal cost to residents. As civil rights activism intensified in the late 1950s, Tubman YWCA members were among those who employed coordinated civil disobedience and legal action in myriad campaigns against racial, political, economic, and social injustice. Youth played an important role in demonstrations since adults feared economic and social retaliation. 6 young people, including YWCA residents Vivian L. Williams and Mary E. Clyburn, and their friend Vivian E. Jones, were arrested during a June 23, 1957 sit-in at the Royal Ice Cream Company parlor. They were arrested, charged with trespassing, and each fined $10 after they occupied white-only booths at Royal Ice Cream and attempted to order desserts. After an all-white jury found the defendants guilty, the judge increased the fines to $25 each and court costs. A legal defense team, including NAACP lawyers and Black Durham lawyer and civil rights activist Floyd B. McKissick, unsuccessfully appealed the verdict at the Durham County Superior Court and North Carolina Supreme Court. The demonstration was a model for subsequent nonviolent racial discrimination challenges throughout North Carolina, including the February 1st, 1960 lunch counter sit-in at the FW Woolworth Company store on South M Street in Greensboro that launched 6 months of such protests in that city. In the years that followed, the Tubman YWCA continued to be regularly used by a wide variety of organizations promoting health, wage equity, and civil rights. In 1976, the Durham YWCA sold the Central Branch building and consolidated operations at the Tubman branch, which functioned as the Durham YWCA until December 7th, 1978, when the organization relocated. And I should add that the Royal Ice Cream Parlor, that building is no longer extant either. So the locally significant Harriet Tubman YWCA meets National Register of Historic Places Criterion A in the areas of Black ethnic heritage, social history, and civil rights, and Criterion C for architecture. The period of significance begins in 1953 with the main block's completion, and it ends in 1978 when the Harriet Tubman Y closed. Criterion Consideration G for significance within the last 50 years is not claimed because the Harriet Tubman YWCA's operation at 312 East Umstead Street until 78 perpetuated the significance of historic use by just a few years. Now moving on. So just 3 blocks northeast of the Tubman Y and 1 block south of the Durham Freeway, St. Joseph African Methodist Episcopal Church maintains a prominent presence as Hayti's oldest extant landmark. It was built on Fayetteville Street, Hayti's main thoroughfare, in 1891 with bricks supplied by prominent Black Durham businessman and industrialist Richard Burton Fitzgerald, according to a design by Philadelphia architect Samuel Linton Leary, who had been brought to Durham by Washington Duke to design and oversee the construction of the main building at Trinity College, now Duke University. So again, just to orient you geographically, this is downtown right up here, the railroad tracks, the freeway, and just below the freeway is St. Joseph AME Church. And here you see it in this aerial and a little bit closer. Fayetteville Street was rerouted. It used to come across right here. Extend, of course, before the freeway was built, and it was rerouted when the freeway was constructed. And all of this area was lost. This is the heart of Hayti up here. And all of that was demolished with the urban renewal and construction of the freeway. This 1940s image showing St. Joseph EMA Church in the center gives you an idea of Haiti's historic density. And when I did was working on the architectural survey of Durham 40 some years ago, I went through all of HUD's files. They had a record on every single property that was demolished through urban renewal. And it really was amazing because so many of the buildings were really in pretty good condition. There were a lot of shotgun houses that were run down, but an awful lot of these buildings you would not consider demolishing today. So this is the photo that's part of the 1976 National Register nomination of the church. The nomination for your consideration today provides additional documentation, which is a requirement of a National Park Service African American Civil Rights Grant Program, a grant that was awarded to the church for renovations, including restoration of the pews in the sanctuary and replacement of the double leaf 7-panel wood door at the main entrance. And that grant was awarded in 2021. The church originally was nominated under Criterion A in the areas of Black ethnic heritage and religion at the statewide level, and under Criterion C for architecture, with a period of significance beginning in 1891, and there was no defined end of the period of significance. Many additional documentation nominations add newly learned or corrected historical background and don't require presentation to the State Review Board. But if changes are made to criteria, areas of significance, or period of significance, consideration by you is necessary. The purpose of this additional documentation is to update the nomination to correct inaccuracies, including correcting the property named St. Joseph AME Church, not St. Joseph's, with an apostrophe as originally cited. Additional purpose is to describe the building's 1952 and 1921 expansion and subsequent modification, to delineate the period of significance, establish significance under Criterion A in the areas of social history and civil rights by providing context for these areas and additional historical background, to provide architectural context, to add Criterion B for the Sanctuaries Association with Richard Burton Fitzgerald in the area of industry, and explain the building's function as Hayti Heritage Center after the congregation occupied a modernist sanctuary in the 2500 block of Fayetteville Street to the south in 1976. Minimal religion context was provided in the 1976 nomination, and that area of significance is no longer claimed. The boundary is not changing, but the acreage is corrected. Most of the 1976 Section 7 description stands, with this additional documentation only providing relevant information omitted from the 76 nomination and detailing changes made since then. So now I'm going to take you around the building, but first I want to point out the discrete sections. This, of course, is the original 1891 church. This is what is left of the 1952 educational wing and parsonage. Originally, this was an L-shaped building, extended out here to the side, just about to the sidewalk. And then in 1991, when the Hayti Heritage Center remodeled the building for their new purposes, the parsonage wing was demolished and this wing was constructed. A little bump out was built here. This part of the education wing was removed and replaced with this, as you'll see, so glass enclosed hyphen. And then the terrace back here was added. All of the 91 changes were made to facilitate the building's conversion to the Hayti Heritage Center. So, this is the view from Fayetteville Street. Going around to the north side. This oblique view shows the sanctuary, the north side, from the west and the rear elevation. And then this is the rear west side, and here you can see the 1991 terrace. The tall square brick columns with concrete intermediary panels and caps on the terrace and at ground level create an open screen that emulates the 1891 church's cast stone capped brick buttresses. And now around to the front again. So at the upper right, you can see the courtyard that was created by the wing to the left that replaced the 1952 parsonage. And that wing is shown in the photo at lower left, 1970s photo. So the wing to the front was replaced by that flat roofed wing at upper left. And then you can see up here, you get a glimpse of this glass, a two-story glass hyphen that connects the education wing to the original sanctuary. And before taking you through the interior, I want to show you this plan of the first story. So when you come in to the sanctuary, you come into this rather unusual sort of auditorium plan oriented towards what is now a stage over here. Again, here is that glass enclosed lobby, the connector, the education wing, a little bump out to accommodate staircases, and then this is the 1991 wing with the community room in it on the first floor. So here, as you walk into the sanctuary, you're looking to the west with the stage, which is in the apse to the right, and it has this remarkable pressed tin ceiling, decoratively painted. But here's a view of it. So, except for the pews, which were recently restored, the sanctuary underwent a thorough restoration in 2001. Plaster walls were repaired and repainted, the wood floors were refinished, and the wainscoting trim and doors were re-lacquered. The pressed metal ceiling was removed in conjunction with the repairing of the roof and then was reinstalled, repainted. Woody Crenshaw, a historic lighting expert from Floyd, Virginia, restored the 1891 brass chandeliers. Other work in 2001 included installation of new mechanical systems, stage lighting and curtains, a large retractable projection screen, and a sound system. And these are interior views of the 1952 and 1991 sections of the building. Here you can see on the upper level, this is the lower level of that hyphen, the new lobby. But above, you can see where the original exterior walls are preserved and now revealed with this alteration. And then this in the is the room in the 1952 education wing, and this is the community room, the 1991 wing right here. Church possesses the 7 qualities of historic integrity that are required for National Register designation: location, setting, feeling, association, design, materials, and workmanship. Despite surrounding new development, the sanctuary survives as the most prominent pivotal building in Hayti, thus allowing for integrity of setting, feeling, and association. The 1891 sanctuary retains integrity of design, materials, and workmanship, and post-1976 modifications necessary to facilitate the building's ongoing use do not appreciably diminish its integrity. The remainder of the building attained its current footprint upon the construction of 1952 and 1991 additions, both designed to minimize visual impact from the primary 1891 elevations. To that end, planting beds with deciduous and evergreen trees and shrubs create a natural screen along the west terrace's tall north and west foundation walls. I should add that in contrast to the recommendation for the Tubman YWCA, for which the Office of State Archaeology said a recommendation, a statement of potential archaeological significance is not required. They did provide one for the St. Joseph AME Church. Despite the extensive disturbance of the site, virtually every square foot of the site has been disturbed, has been excavated. So I tried to get an explanation of why this recommendation was made and never heard back. So, but this statement has been added to the nomination. St. Joseph AME Church possesses statewide significance under Criterion A for Black ethnic heritage, social history, and civil rights. Throughout its entire history, the building has been a vital community center, and its congregation has played an important role in the lives of Durham's Black residents. Throughout the 20th century, St. Joseph AME congregation undertook service projects and supported civic and fraternal organizations, many of which met in the church. The building served as a forum for mid-20th century civil rights movement planning and training sessions, meetings, and rallies that are extensively documented in this nomination. Many St. Joseph AME members engaged in social and political advocacy in Durham and beyond, employing coordinated civil disobedience and legal action in myriad campaigns against racial, political, economic, and social injustice. In particular, the Durham chapter of the NAACP was reinvigorated following the 1944 acquittal of bus driver Herman Lee Council, who had murdered uniformed Black U.S. Army Private Booker T. Spicely after he questioned but complied with Council's direction to move from the next to the last seat on the bus. After Spicely's funeral at St. Joseph AME Church, the Durham chapter held regular and special meetings there. As civil rights activism intensified in the 50s, St. Joseph AME Church members were among those who employed coordinated civil disobedience and legal action in campaigns against racial, political, economic, and social injustice. The Durham Committee on Negro Affairs, organized in 1935, sponsored mass meetings in the church in 1954 to advocate for school desegregation, voter registration, and employment equity. Instead of going on, I'll merely note that the nomination goes into considerable detail about civil rights activities centered in the church through the 1960s. And finally, the property is locally important under Criterion B for the sanctuary's association with local industrialist Richard Burton Fitzgerald. His dates are 1843 to 1918. He was a remarkably successful industrialist whose local brickyards provided the materials for innumerable buildings throughout Durham and as far away as Pennsylvania. Claiming significance under Criterion B for the church's association with Fitzgerald is appropriate, as the 1891 sanctuary is the most prominent extant African-American landmark in Durham that was erected with bricks supplied by Fitzgerald's brickyard. The brick was manufactured at the height of his productive career as his businesses prospered. His mansion, the Maples, is gone. The sites of his brickyards have been redeveloped, and the other extant buildings directly associated with Fitzgerald in Durham have lost integrity. St. Joseph AME Church is a testament to Fitzgerald's professional achievements and the exceptional quality of the brick manufactured in his yards. And I should add that it wasn't until I was preparing this presentation that I realized that we had neglected to include an area of significance, industry, for the association with Fitzgerald. And the nomination has been corrected with changes to the registration form and to single sentences in the introduction in section 7 and the summary in section 8. And finally, the church retains significance under criterion C in the area of architecture as an intact example of Gothic Revival style late 19th century ecclesiastical architecture. The 1891 church is Durham's second oldest and the city's most intact historic African-American sanctuary of any denomination. The period of significance begins in 1891 when construction commenced, and it ends in 1976 when the congregation moved to a modernist sanctuary at 2521 Fayetteville Street, about 20 blocks to the south, after the congregation outgrew the historic building. And again, it's not necessary to claim significance under criterion consideration G because the church's operation at 804 Fayetteville Street perpetuated its historical significance under criterion A until the building ceased to be used as a church in 1976. Does anybody have any questions about these two?
I have one I'd like to ask. For St. Joseph, Amy, you referenced in your talk of the WPA documentation. Just wondering if you could speak to that a minute and tell us more about what's in that documentation, whether it's photos or.
Actually, it's HUD, Housing Urban Development Documentation. Yeah, when they acquired all the property for urban renewal or urban removal, they had to draw up paperwork for every single parcel, and a black and white photograph, one photograph of that parcel is attached to each of these pieces of paperwork. And I think these are now all in the, I think they're all in the North Carolina room of the Durham Public Library. So you can go look at these.
Talk of a resource, I just wanted to ask for a little more context on that those exist. That's great. Any other questions, comments, discussion?
I was just curious, was there a cemetery associated with this congregation or where?
Yeah.
Karen, I'm sorry, Dr. Denard.
Yes. St. Joseph AME Church and the Harriet Tubman YWCA. Those are two buildings that survive urban removal. Okay. Are you able to say from an overall view that these are the remaining two imposing structures in the Hayti area?
No, there are others. I mentioned that Hillside Park High School that has been listed in the register. The rest of Umstead Street mostly has lost integrity, so it wasn't included in a large district just to the south that was listed several years ago. And I'm drawing a blank on the name of that district. It's but it's a large district, and it does include some buildings at the north end that were at the south end of Hayti neighborhood. But this section up here, from along Umstead Street and going up through to the expressway, all of that area really has lost integrity, except for these individual buildings, the Hillside Park, former Hillside Park High School, and St. Joseph AME Church, and the Tubman Y. So I don't think there are any other individual buildings that have not been nominated individually or in that district just to the south that remain for consideration for eligibility.
Okay, so the others have been nominated.
Hillside Park High School is individually listed and is a large district just to the south.
And you mentioned Royal Ice Cream Parlor.
Yeah, that was not in this neighborhood.
That is-
Yeah, it was up on the other side of the railroad tracks in Durham.
My question here related to this, I guess there are two ways of remembering and preserving these properties, at least for newcomers, future generation folk, to see historical markers there or to have these buildings placed on the National Register of Historic Places.
Or they could be locally designated.
Okay.
And there is a locally designated district farther south along Fayetteville Street.
And I know, Dr. Harper here, historians at North Carolina Central, seem to be a good project for. Trying some student there to find out what else needs to be done, you know, in this area too. Push forward for historical markers as well as maybe the recognition of historic structures to be nominated and all of that, you know.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
I didn't mean to give that.
I already know what that means.
Historic Corps of North Carolina Central is individually listed in the register. It's
Yes,
a small district, yeah, I say individual, it's listed as a district in the register.
hillside.
The Scarborough House is individually listed, but that was then subsumed by this larger district to the south. And then there's the college, I think it's called College Park Historic District, which is across from NC Central, and that has been listed in the National Register too. So a lot of Southeast, the historic portion of Southeast Raleigh is listed in the register.
If there's no further comments or discussion, anyone care to make a motion on these two properties?
So moved.
Dr. Harper, Dr. Norris, second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? And no abstentions? Then I'd like to take a break for a minute, please, a few minutes before we have Jeff. But before we break, I want to share an email from Clay Griffith that Clay sent to Sarah earlier today, saying that he drove by the Hopkins Chapel Church yesterday. It is still intact. And yes, Dr. Waters, your dissertation was helpful. And with that, I'd suggest we're doing well on time. Let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11:40. That gives everyone time for bathroom. There's coffee, snacks in the break room over here. So we'll reconvene at 11:40.
Yeah.
Did you want me to present the three that I have?
Yes, Jeff,
Okay.
yes, please, yes, that would be great.
Let's get ready. I just want to applaud Dr. Johnson for dying in early here. I really think. You're so welcome.
Welcome.
Sure.
Good to see you as always.
Thank you for your patience and allowing me to.
Never the same without Dr. John.
She's here. Okay.
Yes.
Right, good morning, everybody, and welcome, Dr. Harper. The first presentation I have for you is the Edward and Frances Lowenstein House in Greensboro, Guilford County. This is the red pen indicates where the property is located within the county. Then within the city itself, it's in the Irving Park neighborhood, not to be confused with the Irving Park Historic District. And this little inset is a site plan, which kind of shows the very progressive forward thinking for the 1950s roof, as well as a round carport. Built in circa 1954, the Edward and Frances S. Lowenstein House is situated on a large landscape lot in Greensboro's Irving Park neighborhood. The main block of the house, organized around an entry court, which is there on the left, opens to a walkway and a circular carport beyond, which is on the right. The viewer approaches the house from the south or the rear facade, viewing the structure through a wooded lot. The house sits at the back third of the lot, distant from Cornwallis Road. So this is, and I was telling Sarah, I like how when she presents her buildings, she'll give a bit of history, and then we'll take a tour around the house, and usually it's four sides. I mean, there are four sides, but just not very, traditional four sides. But either way, so this is the north elevation facing south. This is the northwest elevation facing southeast. And again, you can see the various degrees of the roof slopes here. So more or less shed style, some less dramatic than others, but a lot of other, modern or modernist finishes like the clerestories, the window walls. And again, this is the southeast elevation. And here is the round carport, which is open on the two bays in the picture on the right. And this Carolina fieldstone wall houses a storage closet. Chicago native Lowenstein tailored the residential design to suit his modernist sensibilities, as well as his wife's more traditional taste in the interiors, furnishings, and finishes. Sited in the most ideal location within the parcel, the design's integration of the interior and exterior spaces, the use of natural materials in unexpected and innovative ways, and an interior arrangement all demonstrate the influence of Frank Lloyd Wright, Walter Gropius, and Mies van der Rohe. Featured in the New York Times Magazine in June of 1955, the house remained an archetype of his personal style and design approach. So again, this is kind of a floor plan showing the division of spaces along that north-south axis. And just here again is the carport. Got a swimming pool. And I believe they purchased a lot adjacent to the original lot just to kind kind of act as a buffer and prevent development from encroaching upon that kind of very comprehensive design of the landscape as well as the house. So moving to the interior, Lowenstein more completely separated the spatial experiences between public and private. He opened the public spaces through the inclusion of clerestory windows and large window walls to connect more completely to the outside. This is the entrance foyer. Again, granite, large expanses of glass, wood, all natural materials. Lowenstein included a similar palette of materials in and out, connecting the interior experience to the outdoors. He exposed structural elements in the house, such as the steel angled I-beams that support the living room ceiling and a curved masonry wall made with Carolina fieldstone, screening the dining room and living room. So I guess the pointer didn't work. It's there, but it wasn't there. So here are your structural beams, and that's the wall. And one of our guests, Cynthia D. Miranda, have you met Jane Levy? Is that her sitting there?
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah.
That is the Lowenstein's daughter, and she and her husband currently own the house. It really remains virtually unchanged. The fireplace was also a ductless, stackless, if you will. Fireplace was fairly innovative for its time as well. So echoing his earlier commissions, Lowenstein deployed a similar materials palette for his own home. Honey-colored wood for ceilings and walls, the public spaces, plaster walls in private and service spaces, and cork, stone, carpet, and vinyl tile floors. So again, there's that stone screen. That's the living room on the left, dining room on the right, obviously. Clerestory windows here, here. And tongue and groove ceiling materials. As seen in many of these interior images, Mrs. Lowenstein worked with New York-based interior designer Sarah Hunter Kelly to complement the warm color palette from the architectural envelope with furnishings and finishes that further emphasized a human quality and incorporated finishes that softened the modern appearance of the building. From all accounts, Kelly worked with Mrs. Lowenstein closely as the matron of the household assembled a vision for the residents. By borrowing on her design philosophy of good taste, she achieved a relative harmony within the house's interiors, conveying an aesthetic that incorporated family furnishings, period antiques, and contemporary seating and case pieces that both accentuated and celebrated a modern envelope. Again, another shot of the dining room, which leads out onto the terrace. So this last shot shows Lowenstein on the left, and an undated photograph of the firm where he worked. But not only is Lowenstein significant for his architectural skills and professional acumen, but also his concern for the human condition and sense of fairness and justice. Lowenstein employed some of the first licensed African-American architects like William Edwards Jenkins, Martin Gravely, and William Street. However, he hired these men not because of their race, but because they were qualified. Lowenstein also taught history of architecture at the then Women's College, now UNCG, as well as offering a design studio, bringing women out of the classroom and into the field of home construction. Significant at the local level, the Edward and Frances S. Lowenstein House is individually eligible for the National Register under criterion B as the personal residence of architect Edward Lowenstein and the property with which he is most personally associated. The Lowenstein House is also eligible under criterion C. That didn't sound right. The Lowenstein House is also eligible under criterion C in the areas of architecture and engineering, as its design embodies a modernist style and incorporated innovative engineering. It retains a high degree of integrity of setting, location, workmanship, design, materials, feeling, and association. The proposed period of significance is 1954, which marks completion of this house until 1970, which was the date of his death. My next presentation is also a Lowenstein house. This is Tanlia Woods, also known as the Leah and Jack Tannenbaum House, located in central Guilford County, northwest Greensboro. I tried to go back to see earlier images of this particular map here to see the development, because in 1963, anything I think north of Cone Boulevard was probably very sporadic. Not like rural, but certainly not what it is today. Completed in 1963, Tanlia Woods sits on a 7.62 acres of a densely wooded landscape nestled among the ever-growing suburban sprawl of late 20th century neighborhoods of northwest Greensboro. The green polygon represents the tax parcel. Designed by Greensboro-based architect Edward Lowenstein for Dr. and Mrs. Jack Tannenbaum, the modernist one-story residence was originally on a 10-acre designed landscape plan. In the upper image, that's the driveway extends from a curb cut on the east side of Wynwood Drive, which is in that lower photo. A driveway extends from a curb cut on the east side of Wynwood Drive near the southwest corner of the polygonal parcel and bends toward the north to reach the dwelling. The house is not visible from the street in the summer, thanks to the heavy wooded lot it occupies. So you can see sprawl here and vegetation here. And it's pretty much, I would imagine it's still this dense about this time of year, with some probably pretty dramatic colors occurring about now. So these are original Lowenstein blueprints. Elevations face southeast, northeast, northwest, and southwest. But Wynwood Drive runs along the north-south along the west edge of the parcel. The southeast facing elevation is considered the facade, but the proximity of the forest growth prevents one from taking in an overall view of that elevation. It is a broad front gabled elevation dominated by a curved window wall with stone columns at one end and a wood-clad wall with narrow windows at the other. Exposed steel beams support the roof, and a narrow concrete terrace finished with pebbled aggregate edges much of the elevation. And there will be an image of that forthcoming. This is a floor plan, which obviously shows the layout of the rooms and the interior spaces. This is probably my favorite part of the house. Oop. Got a trigger finger over here today. So the driveway that provides access to the house terminates not at the facade, but at the southmost corner of the dwelling at a 5-bay carport in the south half of the southwest elevation. The other end of that elevation is an exterior wall with stone face skirting under vertical wood sheathing pierced by 2 window bays. Determined to make this work, but it's not gonna. Okay, if I stand still. So this is the last bit with the stone skirting. A recessed entrance to the right provides ingress and egress for the family. Mailboxes, also designed by the architect, project between this entrance and the left end of the 5-bay carport. Along the right side of the carport is a covered walk leading to the main entry. The carport and the walkway both are paved with concrete slabs with pebble aggregate like that of the terrace across the facade. The main entry consists of a single leaf wood door, a wide side light, and a section of stone-clad wall. These finishes, wood, stone, broad and narrow window openings, as well as window walls, are repeated throughout the house. So again, here's the outside of the entrance. Here's the mailboxes, the covered walkway, the patio beyond here, or sorry, the driveway's beyond this, and then this is the close detail of the entry. So again, here's the facade. The facade or southeast elevation is broad, featuring a curved window wall beneath a proud gable and stone-facing full-height columns. The surrounding dense vegetation makes it challenging to take in this elevation. But the consultant managed to get some really good images. Although the bedrooms are not pictured, they provided access through sliding glass doors into a center courtyard, as well as to a patio between the house and a swimming pool. Beyond that pool is a single-story flat-roofed cabana built at the same time as the house, also designed by Lowenstein. 2 changing rooms and a snack bar occupy this interior space. So there's your inside of your snack bar. And as we head inside, these next several slides showcase the interior. It's dramatic and open, and the design aesthetic repeats the same materials that Lowenstein used on the exterior. From the small entrance foyer, one can simultaneously take in the glass-walled center courtyard that functions as both a light well and an art piece. The dramatic curved stone wall in the living room that anchors the hearth and its copper-clad hood, and the crescent-shaped sectional sofa designed to complement the concave wall and to embrace the warmth and glow from the hearth. So there's your sectional fireplace with the copper hood. Again, clerestory windows, window walls. I mean, there's just kind of probably slate flooring. Lowenstein often contracted New York City-based interior designer Mrs. Sarah Hunter Kelly to contribute design ideas for interior finishes and features. Ms. Kelly designed the interiors at the Tannenbaum House. A number of those significant elements remain. Here's the library with a lot of built-ins, which was one of Lowenstein's favorite trade hallmarks. The dining room. So the bar can be kind of camouflage, so to speak, behind this louvered panel. So here's where interior and the exterior meet in this courtyard. The square courtyard features glass walls with sliding glass doors, wall panels clad in vertical wood siding, and interspersed with tall, narrow fixed sash windows and large fixed sash picture windows over wood-sided walls. In place of a floor, concrete panels overlap each other to form a path through the space and over reflecting pools below. In their layered arrangement, the courtyard panels echo the overlapping flat roofs of the surrounding forms of the house. The outdoor space is completely enclosed by the various zoned living areas of the house. Lowenstein's firm designed a large number of houses, as well as many other property types in Greensboro and elsewhere throughout the 1950s and 60s. Not all of them were modernist, however, but several notable houses were excellent renditions of the humanist strain of mid-20th century modernism that was heavily influenced by the work of Frank Lloyd Wright. The Tannenbaum's house shows extensive refinement of ideas of controlling light, providing storage integrated into the structure of the house, and the organization of space for various family members' needs that was initially seen in the National Register listed Wilbur and Martha Carter House, his first modernist design identified in Greensboro. The house has changed very little since construction. The kitchen countertop and flooring has been changed. Some built-ins have been added to one of the bedrooms to make it more usable as an office. Otherwise, Tanlia Woods retains all 7 aspects of integrity. The locally significant residence is eligible for the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance is 1963, which marks the completion of the house. So those two.
I asked Jeff, just because he's presenting the next one too, if everyone's okay, we'll have him do the third one and then we'll talk about those 3 as a group. Is that acceptable? Okay, excellent.
We are going back in time about 100 years, so let's travel together. To the John Fisher House outside of Salisbury in Rowan County. This is kind of the money shot. Fencing, still fairly rural, actually, either that there are some pockets of development. So the red pen indicates the location of the property. It's within like a half a mile from the Yadkin River, and it's located on the northern border of Rowan County. Constructed circa 1848, the 2-room hall and parlor plan frame house currently sits on a 8.47 acre parcel that is delineated by the blue boundary. This parcel has always been a part of the Fisher family land holdings, which at its most amassed 125 acres. So again, here's the pen showing proximity to the river. I don't think that shot, I mean, there's a site plan that shows there's a path that meanders beyond this house. There's some agricultural support buildings, another secondary dwelling, but you can kind of make out the road that kind of terminates here to river access. The 1.5-story frame house is located among tree stands, sparse housing on large parcels, as well as some spec housing on the southern side of East Ridge Road. Despite this modern housing development, the property still retains its bucolic setting. Significant for its embodiment of a vernacular interpretation of the Greek Revival architectural style, the rather diminutive 1.5-story house exhibits many elements found in Asher Benjamin's 1830 practical house carpenter. The primary dwelling is surrounded on 3 sides by both domestic and agricultural outbuildings. Although non-historic, these ancillary buildings and structures help to convey a historic sense of feeling and association of a larger working farmstead, which this was during the 19th century, due in part to their use of historic building materials. This particular view, facing west toward the wooded part of the parcel, shows a setback from East Ridge Road. It also conveys the shouldered brick chimney base and stack in the middle of the side elevation. Again, here's the fence, just to kind of give you some bearing as to that original, and these really tall cedars, to show the looking opposite than the original photo. And here's 2 opposing views of the house. So the nomination preparer speculates that the house, again, circa 1850, this addition, which is a kitchen and dining room, may be as maybe 20 years earlier, but there's, nothing to really pinpoint that or to corroborate it. These views face, again, I'm getting ahead of myself, I apologize. These views face in 2 directions with an eye to the facade, as well as the dining room, kitchen addition, and the other side elevation. Specific elements include the 3-bay facade, 6/9 sash, corner boards finished with Greek key block at the top, and 6/3 sash in the gable ends, which I don't know if I've ever seen that, but here. This view facing southwest shows the rear elevation and another view of the kitchen dining room addition. This view shows a window and door in the facade. The window trim, you can't really tell from this angle, but it is fluted. You've got corner blocks here, you've got an apron, kind of a projecting sill, all very classical inspired. An apron sits characteristically beneath the window's lower sash. Fluted trim and plain corner blocks frame the 2-panel front entry door. And of course, 2 panels are, I think, pretty synonymous with Greek Revival. Another hallmark on the Greek Revival style, cast iron rim locks are mounted on the door. So this is the living room mantle. And this is a plate out of Asher Benjamin's book. So you notice the projecting panel here, the vertical Greek key, and again, the fluted pilasters on plinths. Here's door to the bedroom, again, with those same elements of trim, corner blocks, mounted rim lock sets. And another mantle, which is attributed to an Asher Benjamin design, just much smaller in scale. So this is a winder stair standing in the half-story attic loft, or we're going to call it. And it is, flushboard sheathing. It's the only painted surface that I saw in this house, everything I looked at. According to the nomination, I don't know if you remember reading this, but the owners, they used lanolin to rub down the wood to keep that patina. But like, too much work for me. So this was really cool. I hope y'all can make it out. This is a light inside of one of the 6/9 windows. It's in the northeast window of the upper half story, and it's a fish. Looks like a piranha, I thought, but maybe that's just my twisted imagination. But I just, that had to be intentionally done. But maybe they like to fish in the Yadkin. I don't know, but at any rate, it's just kind of a interesting find there. And finally, this complement of outbuildings, including a barn, a corn crib, a cabin and workshop at the northeast and rear of the property, complete this rural complex. For many features and finishes, it is clear that John Fisher relied heavily on patterns found in Asher Benjamin's Practical House Carpenter. With these, Fisher managed to transform a simple frame mid-19th century residence into a fashionable Greek Revival style dwelling house in the North Carolina Piedmont. Fisher executed the designs or contracted with a skilled carpenter, and those finishes remain intact, lending the Fisher house a high degree of integrity. And it continues to embody the design qualities of the Greek Revival architectural styles. For these reasons, the locally significant John Fisher House is eligible for the National Register under criterion C in the area of architecture with a circa 1848 period of significance. And the 8.47 acre parcel is the current boundary, because that's all they have at this point. And I forgot to mention in the other two properties, but I did consult with OSA and they did not recommend an archaeological or statement of archaeological potential. I'm hungry. A statement of archaeological significance for any of these three properties. I will answer any questions.
Questions, concerns, discussion, comments for any of the three properties?
Why only the year construction for Tamley and for this?
Sorry?
Why only the year of construction and period of significance for this one with Tamley?
When it's architecture only, it's the year of construction.
The later isn't being addressed as contributing to that?
None of those other buildings, they're all reconstructions. Is that what you're asking me?
Well, yeah, this one in Tamley too. Why just that 1 year, not the period of?
When it's only architecture, that's just the way the regs say. Period of significance is the year the building is completed. Now, it could have disparate period of significance if there was like a major second building campaign, where you kind of had an evolved small frame hall parlor house, and then say, like a nomination that I wrote years ago, it was a Greek Revival house, built 1850 or whatever. And then after the war, they added a 2-story Italianate addition, flipped it so that it faced 70 rather than due west. So there were 2 disparate periods of significance. It didn't always have to be a span of time. Usually that's with a criterion A argument or area of significance where you've got a continual use. I've got the page in the bulletin flagged. Believe me, it's I understand what you're saying, but
The other question, I think one of them says the landscape is contributing and the other doesn't, the Lowenstein houses, the two of them. Is there sort of a rule of thumb you're using for when it does and when it doesn't? It's not like one had original landscaping, but it become overgrown and not taken care of, but is that why one is contributing, one's not? Because that's pretty significant for the site of the position of the building. It's,
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely planned. I mean, I can ask the consultant. I mean,
Here's why one seemed to, and one the other didn't, so.
the two, you're talking about the two Lowenstein properties?
I think, if I remember correctly when I read them, that one of them said landscape was contributing and the other did not. I don't know if that was just the.
I think the fact that I didn't mention it with the Lowenstein house, I mean, they certainly both have sculpture elements. I would think with Tanlia Woods, there's probably more of its natural setting. I don't know, the preparer is in the audience and I hate to put her on the spot, but
You don't have to, I mean, it
Was-
seemed like there was a consistency about when it was or when it wasn't, so. You know, because it does, to me, it's part of the site was a big component in the landscaping of those buildings and their setting and, you know, experienced in and out through the walls, the transparency and one. And that was just something I didn't understand. That may be something this program, you know, talk about and one, like, on the other person.
I don't know if I answered your question adequately or not. I mean, again, I mean, it's, you know, the fact like with the Lowenstein house, they, there's like this really over the top string of pearls that are kind of positioned within the view. There's, and then to the other opposite extreme, there's stone fences. So,
That's just a.
I mean, it's about, yeah, no, it's a valid.
Sort of policy or rule of thumb we're using now for why they are including that.
I guess to me, when I think of landscape architecture, I think of something a little bit more formal, something bigger, more grand. But yes, Kelly.
Heather Swain texted me to say that Lowenstein designed the landscape for his own house, and maybe that's why.
One and not the other. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
What was her response?
He designed the landscape for his own house, and maybe he did not for the other.
Well, there was
Yeah.
speculation that a former professor at UNCG, but I don't know if it was ever corroborated.
So I'm Cynthia DeMiranda. I did the nomination for the second house for Tanley Woods, in which landscape is not listed as a contributing element. In my experience preparing these, we use landscape as a contributing element when there's a designed landscape. And so you're correct. This house was intentionally built at the center of the parcel. It was intentionally, you know, left woods all around it. So it's not a designed landscape, but that is an intentional design choice.
All right.
There was some talk, as Jeff started to say, that there had been a landscape design, but all that is discernible when you're on the site is that there were some intentional landscape plantings put right around the house. But there's no surviving evidence of a more elaborate landscape design as there is at Lowenstein's own house. And then we did find a plan that somebody made, I think, after the fact, that was clearly never executed. You know, there was like a large lawn, so you really could have seen the facade. But I never saw any evidence that that was executed or that that was the original intent. So there just didn't seem to be any design landscape to list as either contributing or not contributing. I guess that would have been a larger question for staff if we wanted to count the preservation of the wooded parcel as a landscape element, but I've never done that as far as I know.
I mean, to me, when you list the site, like the site and your inventory, that's your opportunity to kind of discuss the property itself and, yeah.
There are some individual, as you read, elements placed within the landscape, like some walls and art, you know, sculptures and things like that. But the woods as a landscape element, I don't know, has that ever been pulled out specifically in an inventory as an element?
I can't think of anything, but I mean, certainly, I mean, this is total speculation on my part, but I think as we see more dwellings from this era where there is encroaching development, like, not to make it personal, but my father bought 7 acres of land in Virginia It's a shed style house. It's got all the stone. It's got the tongue and groove paneled ceiling. And yeah, they're buffered. I mean, we hear cows, that's about it. But, so yeah, it was intent, there was a reason behind,
Right.
but to say that they're,
Yeah.
I mean, like Cynthia said, there are certain types of shrubbery that he wanted planted, things like that, but, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
There were certain types of shrubbery that anyone wanted planted there. It's clear that like some azaleas were planted across the front of the house. They've been left to sort of grow too much. And I mean, there were intentional plantings.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they were according to a plan, if the homeowner just did it, at what point they were planted. There just isn't that information, wasn't recorded or documented well. So, while it would have been typical of the practice of the architectural firm to have everything highly designed, you never really know what got carried out in the end.
Right.
So it didn't look to me like any significant landscape plan was carried out, whether or not one was made. There was talk of it, but we never found it. And, there are.
But you did say it seemed to be some original plantings and, right around the building and some stuff. That's why I didn't know why.
Yeah.
And it's not.
And some of the plantings that are there, I mean, like one of the first images Jeff showed was that little sort of pocket garden at the end of the carport, right next to the entrance. That's probably the original planting that's been there the whole time. Some of it's overgrown. It's not been maintained in the way it probably was originally intended to.
Right.
But, it's certainly the idea of plantings being in that little pocket area, they're still there, yeah.
Intense.
But that was part of the footprint of the house, so that did not get called out separately in an inventory for the site. Everything's kind of, they're blurring the lines and it's all sort of flowing in one thing into another. We didn't also, similarly, that interior courtyard was not treated as a separate element. It was treated as part of like a room in the house. So.
I just see.
I could easily see that something along that with those design elements outside just as easily, like a reflecting pond. There's a really interesting article about swimming pools and that the National Trust just put out. And a lot of those early pools looked like wading pools or, where they have water plants and things like that. But
I mean, I think it's fine with nomination. I'm thinking forward, a tax credit project on the house and what are they gonna think they have to, how staff can review it. It's what goes over the limit of protect the integrity of the whole site. Because I mean, to me, for this kind of modernist design, that's important to the.
Yeah, the boundary is the parcel and the wooded setting is
Significant.
explicitly discussed as, an important feature. I think I do write that there is a facade, but it never needed to address the street.
Mhm.
And the entrance is not on the facade, it's on a side elevation. So it was never following the rules of suburban landscape.
Right.
And the woods were part of that. I think that's a really interesting point. I mean, I suppose if I had written it that way and said the woods were a landscape element, like, what do you think the staff comment would have been on that?
No, it's good.
Because we've never done it that way. It hasn't been a very designed landscape or an agricultural field or something that was very intentionally created.
Yeah.
As opposed to something that was there and built around,
And cultural landscapes would be.
right.
Those as contributing to.
And I think
fields that have been created.
you kind of have to look at how you're interpreting that term,
Right.
whether,
Right.
how strict or how formal you want to be about it. But,
just struck me back to back with these two, one did, and one didn't, it's like, okay.
In terms of-
I think it's something I just overlooked in my presentation. It just didn't occur to me.
Also, this isn't really something for this group to consider, but if it was a local landmark, the entire site always is part of that COA application. So even if it's not called out as a contributing element, if it were a local landmark and they wanted to clear cut a portion of that parcel, I'm certain that the local commission would take issue with that. So,
Maybe.
sorry, maybe.
Yeah, it could have gone either way.
Local districts, residents.
Is that their discretion?
Yeah.
I think this is an important conversation though, because as we have different kinds of properties come before us, there'll be different kind of aesthetic choices that are going to be made based on cultural background. And so what looks like unplanned will be really planned, but planned to be a certain kind of thing. So just thinking about how we use the language of what is planned, what's intentional, because some folk may not have an architect to come in and do their home, but they've got intentionality about the way it must be, and work to find contractors who can do that vision. So just thinking, and those landscape elements will be important to think about later on, depending on what properties come before us. I have some particular things in mind.
I would think it would be something like, because he was so prolific. I mean, I'm hopeful that a multiple property document form will come out of at some point, and maybe he did have a landscape architect on staff. I don't know, maybe it was too early for, well, I mean, it was Olmsted. I mean, he was a landscape architect, so, but were there degrees in that during the 19th century? So, yeah.
He could have had someone doing landscape designs. I think it was probably more common for modern architects in North Carolina to separately hire someone, and there were several firms, and they were also prolific. That would be a really great about landscape architecture and residential landscape design. But I'm just continuing. I'm so glad you brought this up because it really is very interesting, but I'm continuing to think through if we had said the landscape was a separate element to be called. I don't know how you separate the immediate surrounding of the house from the woods, because there's no wall or delineation or even real change. Woods are now encroaching into what might have originally been area around it. And so I don't think there was any, I don't really, because we never found a plan, I didn't know how to assess integrity.
Sure.
He's probably, if there had been an evident plan, evidence of like the plan itself or evidence on the ground of, oh, this is clearly what the intent was, it would have been more obvious to say this is another element in the, but this was just a situation where it's the house and it was in the woods and seemed to have left the landscape part out and they finished.
Well, they felt they didn't need to do anything because they were taking advantage of what existed and
Yeah.
they were building on that as an existing component. They didn't have to do any more or much to it.
You could even talk as something as simple as the curvature of the drive.
Mhm.
How it either was looking at natural spots where there wasn't a lot of vegetation. I mean, I don't know, you could extrapolate all day long, but
It's really hard to read that, I don't know why it winds the way it does. There was nothing super evident to show me that. In Orange County, there are often huge rock outcroppings here and there when you're in the rural landscape. So that would have made sense if there was something like that, but I haven't seen it in Christmas woods.
yeah. Good questions, thank you.
Are there any other comments or discussion? If not, would anyone care to make a motion on these three properties?
So moved.
Joe, thank you. Is there a second? Dr. Johnson? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? And no abstentions? All right, that motion is passed. So, Sarah, I have a question for you. It's now 12:30. We have one more for Southeastern region that we could do now, or we could break for lunch now.
That's up to y'all. There's more half time.
Do we have any expect South Bend real controversial or contentious anywhere? We want to make sure I don't want to rush it if there's a.
I don't.
Mr. Chairman, could I make while we mull this over, lunch or not, may I make a public service announcement?
Please,
first?
please do.
Next week is Preservation North Carolina's annual meeting. And on Wednesday, there's going to be a tour of a Matsumoto house that had a gable roof added by a previous owner. And that roof has been removed by a young architect on my staff for his parents who have moved from Illinois to retire in Rocky Mount. And it's on tour next Wednesday morning. And he is doing a terrific job. It's a wonderful house. If you get the chance, you ought to go see it.
Good, right. Very good.
Thank you.
All right, so I just think a quick poll of the committee members. Should we persevere through one more nomination and then break for lunch? Is that okay? Do some thumbs? Okay. Then Rebecca, you're up. Right.
Well, and then, last. Sorry. Last part of that conversation has,
You'll see it echoed again in this presentation, but this is the South Benbow Road Historic District. Hannah Beckman Black worked with this district. And I'm presenting for her while she is in Pennsylvania. Let me see. Okay, and it should be noted that this nomination was funded by a Park Service Civil Rights Grant. The South Benbow Road Historic District is located in Guilford County in the county seat of Greensboro, approximately 1.5 miles southeast of downtown. The district was added to the state study list in 2020 following the architectural survey of African-American neighborhoods in East and Southeast Greensboro. At the time of the survey, it was placed on the study list as 3 separate districts, but they share a history and significance that allow them to be nominated as a single district. This is the boundary of the single district. The over 200-acre historic district encompasses the largest concentration of historically African-American residences in the city. It is locally significant under criterion A for Black ethnic heritage, civil rights, and community planning and development, and under criterion C for architecture. The period of significance spans from circa 1946 with the construction of the earliest resource in the district to circa 1976 when the neighborhood was largely built out in the northern part to include homes for employees of North Carolina A&T University. The district developed in close proximity to the Black Commercial Center along East Market Street, several schools, including NC-A&T, Bennett College, and Dudley High School, as well as churches, the hospital, and numerous other important community institutions, making it a desirable neighborhood for home buyers. As such, residents included business owners, educators, doctors, nurses, lawyers, architects, and other influential African-American residents. Though primarily residential in character, the district includes the 1966 L. Richardson Memorial Hospital and 5 churches built between the late 1950s and the early 1970s. These resources are included as significant community institutions utilized by residents, both as employers and gathering spaces for social and civil rights activities. The district is significant for African-American ethnic heritage and civil rights as a concentration of properties that share historical associations with the advancement of African-American civil rights in Greensboro. The district includes, where are we on? Stay.
I had it set where it scrolls through while you talk.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to manually override that as I talk. All right, we talked about the churches. The district is significant for African American ethnic heritage and civil rights as a concentration of properties that share historical associations with the advancement of African American civil rights in Greensboro. The district includes properties associated with important leaders of significant organizations in the civil rights movement, or those who offered legal, social, or economic support of the movement. Residents included civil rights attorney J. Kenneth Lee, North Carolina Supreme Court Justice Henry Fry, surgeon and civil rights activist Dr. Alvin V. Blunt, and prominent architects W. Edward Jenkins and William Street. Residents of the historic district supported and participated in the civil rights movement in the city, including participating in freedom of choice as the first Black students to integrate white schools, participating in sit-ins and marches in downtown Greensboro and NC-A&T, hosting civil rights leaders, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Jesse Jackson, and supporting student protesters by providing supplies for jailed students and posting bail fees. The district also includes the home of J. Kenneth Lee, where Black leaders and attorneys frequently gathered to prepare civil rights litigation cases. Okay, the district is also significant for Black ethnic heritage and civil rights as a representation of discrimination in housing. One of a number of early to mid 20th century neighborhoods formed in East Greensboro. The district was developed as a consequence of and in response to both systemic and de facto segregation in Greensboro. The residents were drawn to the area by important community institutions. The majority of the district was platted by white developers for Black residents in an effort to further reinforce and entrench housing segregation. The district is also significant in the area of community planning and development. It is comprised of several smaller developments, including Spalding Park, Clinton Hills, and Benbow Park, which are connected by South Benbow Road, the main north-south thoroughfare through the district. The developments, excuse me, followed Olmsted's planning principles common in early to mid 20th century residential developments, which called for curvilinear streets that follow the natural terrain, help slow traffic, and provide varied views as one moves through the area. Further, the historic district is significant under criterion C for architecture. Resources are largely constructed in the minimal traditional colonial revival, period revival, ranch, split level, and modernist styles and form. Many fine examples of modernist architecture stand in the district. African-American architects were at the forefront of modernism in Greensboro, and several homes and churches in the district were designed by prominent African-American architects, including W. Edward Jenkins, William Street, and Gerard Gray. In total, the district includes 426 primary contributing resources and 43 primary non-contributing resources, all of which were built after the period of significance or they were highly altered. The boundaries of the South Benbow Road Historic District were determined according to historic plats, physical boundaries created by creeks and highways, and the density of structures built before 1976. It is bordered by US 29, which is South O. Henry Boulevard on the east, historically white residential development adjacent to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive to the south, and to the west by a late 20th century residential development and redevelopment. Here's the summary of significance for the district. OSA also reviewed this nomination, and they did find that the district may have archaeological potential that should be considered during any future development within the district. Also, the Greensboro Historic Preservation Commission supports this nomination, and they passed a resolution of support on October 7th. I do believe.
Any comments, questions, or discussions?
I have a comment. The community really worked hard with staff to work on this. I mean, they're very enthused and excited, and the kind of they're having meetings all the time. They also took oral histories. So this is highly significant, not just for Greensboro, but for our state in terms of who's coming in. And I would also add Shirley Fry with Henry Fry, because she is significant in and of herself as a leader. But I think that to see my main thing is to see the community and the residents so involved and invested in helping to craft. It took a while to come up with what the district was going to be named, because they were considering, as you pointed out, the different smaller pockets. How do you capture that? And I think that should be commended, that they came to something that makes sense. And I think shows a strong nomination.
This nomination, as I'm sure y'all know, is about 200 pages long. So, it is, yes, so much great information, I think, and it was very interesting to go through these photos and learn a little bit about it. So, I'm glad to see it.
Dr. Johnson, you were here when we discussed the Broadale district in Fayetteville. I wonder if there's a considerable similarity here.
In the sense of how the community understands the significance of what was done and wanting to preserve that story, that history. So it's a different thing because it's Fayetteville. And so it's gonna have that Fayetteville flavor to it, as Dr. Holmes' brothers know.
And the makeup of the folk in that community, I
makeup
mean, it
is
was
similar.
Fayetteville State there,
And A&T and Bennett and the other. So it also interprets middle to upper middle class, how it shows up in different parts of our state.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is an undertold story.
Yes.
That's what I was wanting us to get to some extent with the infield. I'm still coming back to infield because we still need to do an addition there, Will Cofield and, those folks kind of left out, of that historic district there in infield. Yeah.
There are no other discussion or comments? Would someone to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
David, thank you.
Second.
Mary Beth Fitz, okay. And all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? That motion passes. I recommend we break for lunch now, if that's okay, and then we'll figure out how long, and then when we come back, we'll finish up with the National Register nominations for the Eastern region and then move on to the Southern. It's now 12:46. Suggest is 30 minutes acceptable? Can we reconvene at 1:15? Lunch is here, is that correct?
Yeah.
Lunch is next door and.
Thank you for being here. And I was just in with Tracy.
I don't want to ring the bell. I can't quite bring myself to do that. Well, I would like to reconvene. I apologize for interrupting the discussion. I'm glad to see lots of folks talking. That's great. But I do want to make sure that we're on time. And next up is Lauren Poole.
Back. Again, this time in the east. So I'm going all across the state today. Right. So there's one National Register nomination for the Eastern region today, and that is the Hertford West Historic District. This is a presentation that was prepared by the consultant Dan Pizzoni, and I modified it a little bit to fit our formatting with his permission. The Hertford West Historic District contains 274 resources and approximately 70 acres in Hertford, the county seat of McClemens County. The district is primarily residential in character and includes houses and a few other building types in the Queen Anne, traditional vernacular, Gothic revival, craftsman, colonial revival, period revival cottage, minimal traditional, ranch, and modernist styles. And here, the Hertford West neighborhood is indicated by the red star, basically everything west of the railroad that you see running through the middle of that map. The blue outline is the Hertford Historic District, which is the downtown historic district. The district includes most of the western part of town along the 3 east-west trending streets, Dobbs Street, West Grub Street, and Pennsylvania Avenue. And this shows the district boundaries here. And you can see Grub Street running along the top of the screen. Dobbs Street kind of runs through the bottom part there. And then Pennsylvania Avenue, where's Pennsylvania Avenue? Somewhere there. There it is, through the middle, kind of the middle. It's not a full width street, but you can see everything kind of starts at West Railroad and runs westward. Since its inception in 1758, Hertford has functioned as the principal administrative and economic center of McClemens County. The town's core area lies in the Hertford Historic District, which was listed in the National Register in 1998. A rail line was built to the west side of town in 1881, sparking industrial development and population growth. By 1905, the date of this soil map that you see here, development had commenced to the west of the rail line in the area that would become Hertford West Historic District. So you see the kind of bubble. Next to the bubble is where that railroad is running, and then the roads on the other side are Hertford West, so the area we're looking at. Now we're going to look at some of the architectural styles and forms present in the district. Several houses within the district built from 1900 to 1920, like this one at 209 West Railroad Avenue, are classified as traditional vernacular for their simple traditional forms. Porches like the wraparound porch seen here are a character defining feature of many vernacular dwellings found throughout the district. Many early houses are also enlivened with the characteristic milled ornamentation of the era, including barge board, decorative brackets, and railings. Some of the more elaborate early houses show influence of the Queen Anne style. This house at 514 Pennsylvania Avenue has a pyramidal roof sheathed in shingle patterned pressed metal and features a metal finial. Queen Anne windows with stained glass borders are also common indicators of the style, as are the milled gabled ornament and fishtail wood scale siding seen here. Hertford Pentecostal Church, one of the district's few non-residential buildings, combines Queen Anne influence in its form of stained glass windows with borders and the overall vernacular Gothic revival style. The craftsman style and its characteristic house form, the bungalow, became popular in the 1920s. This house displays several hallmarks of the style, including triangular gallows brackets, 2-part port supports with wood columns set on brick pedestals, and a story and a half more. This is another example of a craftsman style column that we see, or pier that we see in the district with the concrete, brick, and wood construction. A form known as the front gable bungalow, which I've always known as the southern bungalow, persisted until after World War II. These examples have a decorative porch treatment with a picket-like spandrel infill. And this is something we actually see in Hertford. It's one of the, like a distinctive spandrel design in Hertford. And you also see it in Elizabeth City because there's a milling company in Elizabeth City that was producing this. This is very common to see on buildings of this style from that time period. As the 20th century reached its middle years, other characteristic influences appeared in the district. The circa 1946 Matthews House shows the influence of the period revival cottage style, an economic builder version of Tudor revival. The front chimney and asymmetrically gabled front entry vestibule are indicators of this style, and its compact gable form, the Matthews House, also shows the influence of the minimal traditional style. Mid-20th century houses often mix styles. This house shows the influence of minimal traditional, colonial revival, and craftsman styles. A major development in the character of the district during World War II was the construction of Woodland Circle, which you can see is that curvilinear street kind of towards the bottom left corner of the map here. This is from 1964. Built in 1944 to house personnel at nearby Harvey Point Naval Air Station, the subdivision is Hertford's principal historic example of curvilinear planning. Most of the other streets are fairly linear and straight. Woodland Circle's 30-plus one-story frame houses are minimal traditional in style with simple gabled and hip roof forms that vary from house to house. Although modernization such as vinyl siding and windows have occurred, the houses preserve their essential 1940s character. And a number of houses retain their original wood and glass doors. In the late 1950s, a ranch style became popular. The streets at the western end of the district, which were the last to develop, are full of examples of this style. The ranch is both a style and a house type. In this district, the type consists of a one-story linear form with a low-pitch gable or hip roof. Ranch houses often took details from other styles. This 1966 ranch house has neoclassical influences with a symmetrical 5-bay front and wide frieze. And here, some ranch houses also display modernist influences like this elemental slab-like chimney on this ranch house, which is one example of the modernist style. Modernist architecture with its arresting forms and emphasis on materials instead of ornamentation appeared in the district in the 1950s. Marjorie Lou Fields, an economist with the County Home Extension Office, built her concrete block house in the modernist style. The house features an asymmetrical form and offset shed roofs. The roof ends were originally clad in redwood, but currently are covered in replacement siding. Or redwood, I'm sorry, they were covered in redwood and are now covered in replacement siding. Greenville architect James W. Griffith Jr. designed the 1956-1957 Hertford Grammar School with its signature modernist flat roof auditorium and classroom wings. Hertford Grammar School is one of a handful of non-residential buildings in the district. The other is the Salling Owens store, which appears to date to the 1930s. Don Juan Manufacturing Company is the district's sole surviving industrial building. The shirt factory opened on West Grub Street in 1947, and this surviving section actually dates to 1950 and is an addition to the original building. Hertford West Historic District is eligible for the National Register at the local level under Criterion C for the quality and diversity of its historic architecture with representations of numerous styles popular in the late and middle decades of the 20th century. Although vinyl siding and replacement windows and modern additions are found throughout the district and do detract from the district's integrity, the majority of the resources retain their historic form and most retain the architectural characteristics of their style or type. Overall, the district has, as a whole, retained sufficient integrity to convey a sense of a particular time period during which it developed and gained its historic associations. The period of significance for the district begins in 1900, the approximate date of residential development in the district, and ends in 1971 with the construction of the last ranch houses built in the district during the historic period of development. We did receive comments from OSA about this nomination. They felt that there was archaeological potential within the district to learn more about historic housing developments as well as industrial developments within the district. And they recommended that that since there's been no investigations been done to look into these features, but they are likely to exist, that these should be considered as part of any development of associated properties. So that is Hertford West for you.
Jeff, can you go ahead with yours next, and then we'll take both nominations at once, please.
Done something back. Okay.
Welcome to Shelter Neck in Greater Pender County. This is the proposed Shelter Neck Historic District located in the vicinity of Burgall in Pender County. This was placed on the study list in 1991 and with a formal DOE in 2020. So the red pen indicates the general location of this former school complex. This image in the upper left corner was the only image I could find that was like straight on, that showed the extent of the built resources as well as the grounds. Located in rural Pender County, the Shelter Neck Historic District is situated to the east of Crooms Bridge Road in the vicinity of Burgall. This slide shows an aerial view of the proposed historic district and the surrounding landscape. And by that, I mean all the vegetation. Tree stands, there's wetlands, there's a big swamp kind of overarching this general area, but it traditionally has been an agricultural county. But has since, in lots, I think the application of 20 years, it borders the coast, or it goes all the way to the coast. And so they've seen a lot of development in the county. Again, buffered by wetlands and timber stands, Shelter Neck acquired its name because of its location on the quote unquote neck or dry land sandwiched between the Northeast Cape Fear River and Holly Shelter Creek. It was here that the Boston Unitarians established a Shelter Neck Settlement School, and this is the proposed boundary. This slide shows two overall views. There is a depression here within this oval, which provides egress onto the property. There's maybe some gravel or something like that, but it's not a maintained drive or anything that formal. But again, just to kind of orient you, the chapel is here. So the drive would be here. There's a well or a gazebo here. And then the school was back here. The Dix house was a dormitory. And then beside that, there's a garden. So these are some historic images of the school and the chapel. Date to the nascent years of the school's history. The 39-acre site was comprised of a framed chapel, framed schoolhouse, and framed dormitory, all dating to the early 20th century. A circa 1915 gazebo and a modern gable front outbuilding, much like the one that historically sat next to the garden. While Unitarian congregations existed in North Carolina before the Civil War, the chapel at Shelter Neck was the first Unitarian building constructed in North Carolina. Abby A. Peterson, the widow of a Boston educator, along with others in the Alliance of Unitarian Women, came to Shelter Neck in 1900 to seek school sites in Eastern North Carolina. Ms. Peterson served in many roles in many capacities, as nurse, physician, housekeeper, minister, and teacher until her death in 1919. The National Alliance of Unitarian Women established the school and provided students with studies in literature, languages, and fine arts, along with reading, writing, and arithmetic. The students returned the favor by providing Southern hospitality and devotion to their teachers and their school. The experimental farming at Shelter Neck was a forerunner of the state's agricultural experiment stations. So what follows is just some, again, just shots both of the exterior and interior of each of the main buildings. So the chapel has some Greek revival as well as some Gothic revival. See some sawmill work and turned post on the entry porch. This large dark diamond ventilator in the gable end, and then a gable on each side of the bell tower. Two interior views of the chapel with signs of ongoing repairs to damage caused by the floodwaters that ravaged the area after 2018's Hurricane Florence. And here's two views of the school. Sitting on piers. You can kind of tell by how much of the cladding was removed, how far up the water rose. But it's still got a lot of the original fabric. You see the paneled pivot doors here, beaded board walls and ceilings, classroom doors with vestibules, as well as paneled exterior doors. And this is, or what became known as the Dix House, which was the dormitory for the girls. Had a side entrance with side lights and a transom surrounding the single leaf entry. Over here on the far right is the modern shed. Again, here's more images of the interior that show both the storm damage and the original remaining historic fabric. Hardwood floors still remain. Got true dimensional lumber here. The newel, the stair balustrade. Again, here's a close-up shot of the gazebo, kind of rustic in its construction. It's speculated that it covers the location of a former well. School in the background. Again, here's the shed and the garden. And I believe that the nomination shows pictures, some historic photographs of the garden behind some metal fencing. Well, that went faster than I thought. The locally significant Shelter Neck Historic District, which was also known historically as the Carolina Industrial School, is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places under criterion A in the areas of education and social history, with a period of significance beginning in 1900, which marks the dedication of the chapel, and ending in 1926, when external forces led to the school's closure. There is adequate integrity to convey its historic associations. I will say that much. Owned by the Universalist Convention of North Carolina, a religious organization, the property must meet criteria consideration A for religious properties. Because the property is eligible under, quote, a theme in the history of religion having secular scholarly recognition, and in addition, it is significant under another historical theme, that being education, it meets the criteria consideration. SHPO did request a statement of archaeological potential from OSA, but they did not recommend a statement or any questions.
Any questions or comments about either of the properties we've heard?
Sorry?
Just asking if there are any comments or questions about either of the properties.
I think I'm getting a cold. My ears are just like everything's in monotone. I'm sorry.
Bernard?
Yeah, I have a question for both of you, guys. That is, were you able to discern the ethnic makeup of the district?
By all accounts, they didn't say it was segregated, but I did not see any children of color in any of the photographs. You did. Nor any of the faculty. So, but you would think something that's rooted in New England would have been a little bit more moderate in thinking. But it's not mentioned.
Okay. So blacks make up about 28% of the population. I think the overall population in your area. Whites make up about 58% of the population.
Of the population of the county?
in Burgo.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
interesting. I don't know if that was something that eventually, if that was the statistic from as early as 1900 when the school was founded, or if that's a more recent statistic.
It's more recent.
Well, it's also part of the Gullah Geechee corridor.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
so it makes it earlier
Yeah.
because, I mean, that Burkle is definitely in the corridor. So it's just interesting and I can see why there would be the separation considering what part of the state it's in and that would be very separate.
It's a, you know, very experienced and well-seasoned consultant. I think that if her research yielded anything to that, it would have been mentioned. I firmly believe that. I don't know about your district.
When you get to
Yeah,
her.
Hereford West, if you remember from the map. Hereford downtown, Hereford West. Hereford West is more of a white development. It's probably mixed to a certain extent, but it really developed in that like kind of early 20th into the mid. So I'm sure by the time we got to kind of mid 20th, there might have been some, but if you remember where the railroad track runs, just to the east is where the African American section of town is. Now, we did look at that area when we went to look at Hereford West initially, and the town is interested in potentially finding some sort of African American district. That area has had a lot of loss, a lot of tear downs, a lot of vacant lots, a lot of integrity loss. So we're trying to find some little corner of it that might still have enough integrity. And I think there's a study list application in progress for that. So we may see that soon, but the town is very aware of the fact that they've listed the white downtown, the white later development, and then this middle corridor where the African American section is not really being recognized. So they're trying to find some section, but we drove through it. We looked so hard and we're just hoping we can carve out a little section that recognizes that African American history, because there is big cross street there as well. And we're hoping we see that little corridor of the.
So yours is more residential. I mean, your district.
Yes, mostly residential.
So when you look at the population there, which is about 49-40. You know, so African Americans make up close to half of the population.
And I think what we saw when we were driving through that little section east of the railroad tracks was that there was a separate commercial area, there was separate residential. There's some really old houses in that area. It's just, again, some neglect, some absentee landlords, and just tear downs. Unfortunately, we have a lot of vacant lots. So we're trying to find a little section to recognize the register process, but we'll have to study this application pretty soon.
I guess
Bernard I believe this crossroads is Burkle.
Yeah.
So mileage wise, I would say, well, I'm not sure what the scale is, but you know, the like I said, when you give the address of the nomination, it asks if it's in the vicinity. So to me, that's kind of like, you know, outside of the city limits proper, or in an unincorporated area, just outside of any development.
But it's not surprising because Maple Hill, as you go, if you look and see Maple Hill, that's another, and down from it, just south of it is White Stocking, which are Black communities in the Gullah Geechee, though that's, you know, still being documented how it is, but it's still a part of the corridor. So I can see that carving out because it is not Maple Hill unincorporated. And so it's White Stocking. And so, and then there's the sanctuary for the Venus flytrap that's in the swamps so it's an interesting mix of what's there, that kind of rural thing. And so, as I said before, I'm not surprised that the Northerners who came down created this insulated kind of community and would have followed the cultural patterns of their white counterparts.
Where could we look? I mean, is there some sort of resource that shows visually I guess the Gullah Geechee Trail or where they lived. I mean, I would be curious to have that at our disposal so that if we get a nomination that doesn't mention it, we could mention that to the preparer. Have you considered,
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
the national court, it's federally funded national identified corridor, and the northernmost point is Jacksonville. So we can get that. That's easy enough. And we have North Carolina representatives on the commission. There's a Gullah Geechee Commission.
So that's what we've been talking about with Ramona, how we're gonna figure, I mean, this is not criticism of people doing this, but how will we fix this so that these districts are more of an accurate reflection of the communities, that, all that, and not just follow the same paradigm that we had from Jim Crow period and farther back, because, more things change, more they remain the same. I mean, you're talking about railroad track, still back, and we could see that, with the expressway, in some of the metropolitan areas, Hayti and all of that, turn, where you divide those communities up like that. Yeah. So for us here, how do we, and we talked about educating, the folk in the community, how do we get folk to, jump over those divides, historical, traditions, and say, well, we want to be included, and that's the issue that we face with some of these historic sites. How do you change that paradigm? This is a narrative we've had for X number of years, and we're dealing with that down at Tryon Palace. How do we make Tryon Palace more inclusive? And not the exclusive enterprise that it's been throughout much of its history. Okay. And it takes a lot of strategy, be a master psychologist and everything else, to get in and change that, But that's what, I guess that's what we're up against. And we'll talk with you a little more about that, as to how we can, and Sarah will be involved, how we.
New Bern in particular, I mean, what could have been but never was. I mean, there's a whole story there.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Those are all wonderful comments. My job here is to steer us just back on. Fully respectful of you, Dr. I appreciate your comments as always, Dr. Johnson. Thank you. There are no other comments on the nominations. Is there anyone willing to make a motion? Okay, Dr. Bedard has made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Fred, thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No abstentions? That motion has passed, and we are through the National Register nomination portion of our meeting. So thank you, everyone. And because we started the study list early, we're actually in pretty good shape. We only have 8 left to go, starting with the central and southeastern regions. And I do have one question, Sarah, for you. I know we have, Brett has expressed a potential conflict on VAS, so we may want to talk about that one separately.
Okay.
Do we want to do that one first, or or just take one at a time until we get through that?
No, just, Rebecca's gonna do
Okay.
those 2 first ones, and so Rebecca, after you do radio station, then I'll do on radio station,
And then we'll have Fred.
then you can speak yourself.
Okay.
So again, I'm presenting for Julie Smith this time, who is she's fine, but under the weather today. But she has worked very diligently with 2 study list properties. The first one being the WVOE radio station in Chadbourne in Columbus County. All the photographs were submitted by the applicant unless she has noted otherwise on the slides. Columbus County is located in the southeastern part of the state. WVOE radio station is about 2 miles northwest of downtown Chadburn and 9 miles west of Whiteville, which is the county seat. And it is seen in the aerial view with the yellow arrow indicating the radio station. It sits among a rural agricultural landscape setting. There are 2 resources on the parcel. The red pen indicates the 1962 WVOE radio station building, and the blue pen indicates the radio tower structure about 50 feet to the north. The 3.5 acre parcel is outlined in black on the map. The radio station building is high in integrity of location, setting, feeling, and association. Moderate to high in design, workmanship, and materials. It is the original building with a small addition. The original building with a small addition has always been used as a radio station and as a Black-owned business. The station was founded in 1962 by Tim Reynolds and Willie Walls, who was also the longtime on-air DJ and president. Together, they founded Ebony Enterprises. WVOE was the 5th of its kind in the nation as a Black-owned and run station. The first one was in Atlanta in 1948, followed by ones in Kansas City, Detroit, and Huntsville, Alabama. Larger metropolitan areas such as New York and Philadelphia had Black artist-oriented radio stations, but the vast majority were white-owned. Today, WVOE still broadcasts a steady sound of soul, R&B, blues, jazz, and gospel music, and incorporates inspirational and informational talk radio for the local community. It is not broadcast online, but it can be heard on the 1590 AM station throughout Columbus County. It is also known as the Voice of Ebony. A documentary film was made about the radio station in 2020, and now they get callers from all over the country. The original 1962 building is a concrete block construction with a later addition to the west. The addition was constructed around 2014 for an updated restroom and office space. This is the west elevation gable end view. To orient you, the front is to the right of the picture. This is the rear elevation. This is the east elevation. Inside, here is all the original equipment and interior spaces except for the addition. The chair, also original. More interiors. The photo to the left is the newer addition, which has sustained some water damage. Just more interior photos with equipment. So our office has documented 12 radio stations over the years, but the status of many of the original buildings is unknown. And a few have likely been demolished. WVOE is significant as an example of a rural Black-owned station, but it is particularly significant because of its location in a rural county in the South. Staff recommends it for the study list under criterion A in the areas of communications, social history, and Black ethnic heritage.
So we're doing, well, so discussion on this one, we treat this one individually only because we have a potential conflict on the next one. So if there's any questions or comments about the radio station. Someone, I'm sorry.
Would it be a level of significance would be just local, or would you have statewide attention? That might be a question. Pretty,
Yeah, I mean,
it's one of a handful in the country.
Local is easier.
Local is easy, yeah, sure.
I don't know how far it broadcasts.
Sounds like they did down to broader,
Yeah.
so that's just a question going forward.
Do you know, there are a number of Black radio stations that have existed at different points in time across the state.
Right.
That is something we don't, it's it's a thing we know that we don't know much about. It's a known unknown.
I just think it's something we have potentially
But it is a,
considered.
yes, they exist, they were very important to their communities.
Right.
There was one in, Warrenton, but the building it was in is collapsed. So, I mean, we know they're around, we know they're extremely important, but on that, we don't have much context. So right now, it would take a lot of work to do statewide significance because someone would have to create that survey.
Right.
But that is a needed context. Like I said, we know it's a thing, we just don't know much about it.
I meant to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion from David. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dr. Johnson, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No, no abstentions? Okay, that one has been approved and Fred is stepping aside for the next one. So we'll do this one individually and then we'll come back and get them as a group from there.
Okay, so again, Julie worked with this property for their study a list application. This is the Vast Cotton Mill in Moore County. And the photos here are from the applicant and from Julie, ones that she made on a site visit there. Moore County is located in the central Piedmont Sandhills region. Vast is just west of US 1 between Cameron and Southern Pines. Both the downtown commercial area and the mill with existing mill village outlined in orange on the map, lower left corner, received a determination of eligibility in 1990. About 2/3 of the mill village is not intact. The study list application is only for the mill and the associated buildings. In the late 19th century, the Seaboard Airline Railroad came through this area, providing transit for materials and boosting growth. The town of Vass was incorporated in 1907, around the time Angus Cameron of Harnett County moved to Vass and began building the cotton mill and mill village. The mill was incorporated in 1909 with 5,000 spindles for manufacturing yarn. Electricity and the rail line meant that mills no longer needed to be tied to waterways. An electric power plant was built off-site for the mill. By 1912, the complex also included a cotton gin that provided additional incentives for local farmers to sell and process their cotton at the Vass mill. From 1910 to 1950, the town of Vass grew from 273 people to 757. In 1952, the textile conglomerate Textron bought the Vass cotton mill, converting it to a rayon mill. Another later sale would convert the mill back to coarse cotton yarn production, and the Vass mill operated into the 1990s. This is the proposed boundary map submitted by the consultant. As you can see, the parcel to the east or right side of the slide has two portions. The narrow, longer portion runs along Seaboard Street and the now CSX rail line. It is unknown how or if that portion was historically used by the mill. This is the proposed boundary map that Julie created. It encompasses the parcel to the northwest and the main portion of the parcel to the southeast only, as the slender discontiguous portion does not retain any historic significance or integrity that is known at this time. As a reminder, the boundary does not need to be defined at the study list phase. Here's a site plan submitted by the consultant. The base layer is drawn by the architect for the project. The main building or cotton mill's address is Seaboard Avenue and it faces southeast. The main mill was originally constructed in 1909 with this green portion added later sometime before 1952. There was also a fire around 2021 in this portion on the right-hand side, blinking. This portion and to its north that greatly affected this unknown room and somewhat the engine room. The fire doors and walls left the historic main mill intact. The cotton warehouse was also built circa 1909. The gable roofed shed, frame shed and pole barn were all built in the 1990s. These are views of the southwest elevation and an oblique of the southwest corner looking northeast. Noticeable original features include the curved exposed rafter tails and three-part original windows with two 8/8 wooden sashes and a third curved pivot window set within the segmental arch. This is more of the northwest elevation looking north. More of the northwest elevation looking south, and you can see some of the fire damage to the rear portion of the mill. Moving around the northwest to the northeast, you can also see one of the sheds in the foreground. This white building just to the far left, that lower picture. This is, there's a ghost mark to a one-story small addition, which was there during a 1974 survey photo. That would be. Moving around the southeast elevation, one can easily see the distinction between the original 1909 and the circa 1950 addition. The fire damage can also be seen here along the connection of the 1909 and 1950 portion on the right photograph. See, just, yeah. Charred building. The front office entry from the circa 1950s edition can also be seen in the left photograph. Here's another view of the entry in the addition with a faded sign above. So that's the entry to the 1950s edition. Different angle. Interior views of the main 1909 building. And here's one of the sliding calamine doors. Did its job, kept the fire out. This is the circa 1950 edition with the fire damage after a rather rainy day. This is the circa 1950 edition section where the fire damage was not as prevalent. This is the engine room. And this is the boiler room. This is the former cotton warehouse building with a platform that faces the main building. And here are photos of the gabled roof shed and the pole barn. Staff recommends the vast cotton mill for the study list under criterion A in the area of industry with a likely period of significance from 1909 to 1952.
Other comments or questions? I'd like to make just a comment that in my time on this committee, you've seen a number of mills that have come through. I'm actually happy to see one where the windows have not been bricked in. I recognize that there's some condition issues on other parts of it, particularly with fire, but I was hoping you were leading us to this recommendation that this is a yes, because just the fact that those windows have not been bricked in, to me is a standout. So just a comment.
Review, Julie was scrolling through the photos and we were all, yeah. So, you know, the fire, we've lost so many mills, I feel like recently to fire. So I'm glad that this one was not lost. So, an interesting and an unfortunate way that, you know, we got to see the doors in action. They did do their job. So.
Any other comments or questions? If not, is someone willing to make a motion on the vast cotton mill?
Move to approve.
Thank you, David. Joe Opperman, second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No abstentions? Then it is approved. Great.
Doing that.
Is it- When you go-
Take individually.
If you want to pay debts, and then y'all can, while y'all are voting, I can get pull that up.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so Jeff, we'll consider yours by itself, and then that'll get Sarah time to prepare hers. Okay.
So this study list application is for this additional documentation, a boundary increase, and a very small boundary decrease at Livingston College, located in Salisbury. Livingston College is located in Rowan County's seat of government. The red pen marks Salisbury's approximate location within the county, just west of I-85. This slide illustrates a tax parcel map of the historic districts from HPO Web. The list of the districts are both listed and proposed. And this is Livingston here. And this is the area of boundary increase, which there'll be another map later in the presentation. The earliest and largest district in Salisbury is the downtown Salisbury Historic District, listed in 1975, and it's been seen at least two boundary increases. Listed in 1982, this screenshot from HPO Web shows the current boundary as well as the proposed increase of the historic district, again outlined in blue. All right. Okay. So the current boundary is drawn in 1982, reflected the unified architectural feeling of the styles of the early 20th century, while being spatially divided by a wide lawn that extended nearly the length of the campus, its hedges, and a tree line of majestic oaks. While this slide showcases some of the earliest buildings that supported the students in various capacities, including academic halls such as Ballard from 1887, and dormitories like Goler Hall from 1917. The descriptive summary in the original section states the campus layout evokes a feeling that is, quote, a balance between man and nature, of brick among the trees, with the pervasive but not overpowering construction materials. So those are those two buildings from kind of like building campaign number 1. And this is just a little bit of backstory because it was listed so long ago. And, you know, these nominations from the 80s aren't nearly as the degree of it's not as specific as they are today. But there are 26 buildings, structures, and objects in total in the original inventory. So while Livingston College Historic District's original nomination lacked a defined period of significance, it can be gleaned from the nomination that the period of significance began in 1882, which corresponds to the date that the campus moved to its current site, and ends with 1932, which is 50 years from the year the district was listed in 1982. The selected areas of significance included ethnic heritage Black, education, religion, social history, and architecture. This is the first president. I think he was the first president, Dr. Denard. Joseph Price. That's his house and it still stands, 1884. So the district combined not only the academic, but the residential buildings as well of faculty members. So this slide from the cellulose application shows this is the original district boundary, this kind of blue dotted line. The pink solid line reflects the proposed boundary increase. And then this little bit within the red circle will be removed from the district because this building on the corner, you see its footprint. It was an historic building house, but it was torn down and replaced maybe in the 70s with a one-story hip-roofed building. And then another earlier Queen Anne building was removed. So because of that loss of integrity, the applicant proposes to remove that area. So the cellulose application proposes to amend the original nomination with an extended period of significance ending in 1974 to increase the historic district boundary to encompass the entire campus, including those resources that were not yet 50 years of age in 1982. Again, this map in this slide illustrates the current boundary, the proposed new boundary, both increase and decrease. So the amended nomination will provide an expanded history of Livingstone College and its post-World War II growth under the leadership of William Johnson Trent, and Dr. Samuel E. Duncan. Through their combined efforts, the school attained and maintained a solid financial footing after decades of financial challenges, expanded various curricula to prepare students for new opportunities, and kept pace with the new campus growth with the addition of 15 new buildings, a new structure, their alumni stadium, a new site, which is called the Poets and Dreamers Garden, and 6 new objects, including entrance gates at the original entrance West Monroe, which is here, and garden elements. Those were all added by 1974. So this is the William Johnson Trent Gymnasium. Believe it or not, so it was constructed in 1947, which was the first building constructed after 1930. So kind of in this modern era, so to speak. There is a Georgian Revival gymnasium somewhere in there, but it was got a facelift, an encapsulation, if you will, in 1967. The architectural firm of Hintz, Reed, and Adler out of Atlanta, Georgia, designed the addition. Or no, the original building, and in 1967 was designed by Salisbury-based African-American architect Robert F. Stone. According to the cellulose application, the gymnasium marked college's break from traditional collegiate architectural styles and introduced mid-century and contemporary designs into future construction projects. The school looked to the prolific architect Robert Stone for many of these commissions. So most of the buildings in this slide are mid-century modernist in design, as well as finishes and features. Pictured in the upper right corner is the 1962 Mary Reynolds Babcock Hall, a dormitory. Followed beneath that by the 1969 Annie Vance Tucker Hall, another dormitory. So this building here. The 1965 William Jacob Walls Student Center here. And then this is the 1959 James Varick Auditorium, which was designed by Washington DC-based African-American architect and Howard University faculty member Hilliard Robert Robinson. These modern stylistic expressions showcase the significance of design on Livingstone's campus during its 20th century growth, especially in the proposed boundary increase area. These last two buildings illustrate the legacies left by both Trent and Duncan at Livingstone College. In addition, Trent established a degree-conferring College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, as well as worked with his son, Professor Emeritus of Economics at Livingstone, on a collaboration with the Tuskegee Institute to form the United Negro College Fund. Following Trent's retirement, Duncan continued Trent's mission of expansion. Duncan's 10-year development plan saw Livingstone through a time of unprecedented financial fundraising, resulting in expanded curricular development. Let's see. Events resulting from the civil rights movement and basic civil unrest occurred on Livingstone's campus. During Trent's administration, 7 women were suspended after presenting President Trent a list of grievances related to conditions in their residence hall and in dining services. The president started to take steps to address their issues, but the women refused to leave campus during their suspension, and after the general strike occurred in 1946, they were dismissed and not readmitted to the school. Events more closely related to the civil rights movement occurred on campus during Duncan's administration. In 1960, a cross was burned on campus. A 16, 18, and 20-year-old from Salisbury were arrested, and each were sentenced to 8 months on a road gang. In 1962, 17 Livingstone students were arrested for attempting to gain admission to the main floor of the Capitol Theater in Salisbury. Among those arrested was one white student who attempted to sit in the colored section. In 1965, Livingstone students marched downtown in sympathy with the Selma to Montgomery March and the murder of Reverend James Reeb in Alabama. This march ended with telegraphs to President Johnson and Dr. Martin Luther King. The 1965 edition of the Livingstone Yearbook was dedicated to Dr. King following his assassination in 1968. Students marched from campus down Main Street to Salisbury, stopping at various points along the way, again following that assassination of Dr. King. Again, this is a new addition to the campus. It's the Poets and Dreamers Garden. Designed by the Poets and Dreamers Garden Association, work began on the site by 1967. A sundial was installed in 1968 as a memorial to Duncan. By 1974, work on the garden had been completed and most of its significant elements installed. There's you can see some of the sculpture here, a fountain, shrubbery, just a path to walk, place to go and think. In closing, staff concurs with the recommendation as articulated in the study list application. The proposed expanded period of significance and boundary increase is eligible under criterion A for its continued association with education and ethnic heritage Black. In addition, the proposed boundary increase is also eligible under criterion C with the introduction of mid-century designs across campus, as well as the association with works of two notable African-American architects, Robert R. Taylor, the first African-American student at MIT, and Hilliard R. Robinson. That's all for me. Take any questions?
No questions or discussion on that one?
I do have a comment.
Yeah, please do.
I saw the, looking at the photograph of the Carnegie Library. Again, that's, an example of how the Carnegies were able to put libraries in Black communities because they were not allowed to go to the white libraries. And so I like the continued example of those libraries here, because there's one at Bennett College.
I've
And
heard it. Yeah, it's a very sweet one.
they were very, very, very important institutions, connecting the library resources to the university as well as the community. So it would have been a central community engaged piece.
Yeah, so under Duncan's administration, he oversaw the expansion of Carnegie. I mean, this main block here is archetypal Carnegie Library. So I'm not sure the extent of the expansion, but I would imagine from here back. But you know, I love learning so much that I went back for a second master's in library science. And I did a paper on Carnegie and his, like he had his own in-house architect. And, but yeah, they mentioned, I mean, I went to UNCG, so I mentioned Bennett and like Greensboro was one of a very few number of cities that actually had more than one library because they had the school, one at the school and then one for the city. And then one at Bennett. I mean, there were, you know, numerous Carnegie libraries. Sorry, I'm.
So, if there's no more discussion, is someone willing to make a motion on the Livingstone College Historic District?
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Harper, is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Johnson, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No abstentions? Motion's passed.
Okay, we are heading to Durham County to Beechwood Cemetery. Self-arranged here. Here's Durham. The cemetery is located in southern Durham at the intersection of Cornwallis Road and Fayetteville Street. And this 1940 aerial shows you this cemetery, and then this map illustrates the sections within it. And they're pretty easy to discern from the air today. Beechwood is a 24-acre cemetery established in 1926. It was Durham's first and only municipal cemetery for African-American burials. Prior to its creation, Durham's Black citizenry used Geer Cemetery, which you all recently recommended for listing and has been listed in the National Register. And other small private burial grounds, including Fitzgerald, which was part of the West End Cemeteries District that you saw at the last meeting as well. Let's see. Originally, iron markers or wooden markers located burials in the cemetery, but over time these have deteriorated and none remain today. Most extant markers are flat granite flush with the ground or typical 20th century upright granite markers dating from the early 20th century to the present day. The application argues that Beechwood is significant for its association with Black history, civil rights, and politics as a segregation era burial location where many of Durham's Black leaders rest. Cemeteries must meet the National Register criteria plus criteria consideration D. So if you look at the criteria, the regular criteria first, A is the most likely path forward for this cemetery. There are numerous important people buried here, but it's unlikely that the cemetery would be the best representation of their lives. Its design and artistic features aren't particularly remarkable, so that eliminates C. And the potential to extract information via archaeology doesn't seem particularly strong here. So under A, you could argue for an association with segregation or ethnic heritage. But then you have to address criteria consideration D, and simply being a municipal cemetery for Black citizens might qualify that as that association with historic events or pattern of events under A. But the guidance for meeting the consideration goes on to say that a cemetery associated with history will not be eligible if other extant historic properties better convey association with that history. Durham's African-American history is of course very rich, and while swaths of homes, and we've touched on that today, homes and buildings associated with that history have been lost to development and highway construction, but much remains to convey an association with Black history in Durham. And staff does not feel that the cemetery can fulfill the requirements laid out in consideration D. So that staff does not recommend listing that. I will continue on with Magnolia House unless anyone has any questions or discussion on Beechwood. Okay. So this is Magnolia House. This is located in Greensboro in Guilford County. It's just about right in the middle of Greensboro. It is listed as a contributing resource within the South Greensboro Historic District. And that district was added to the register in 1991. And this is an outline of what the likely boundary would be. This is coming forward, even though it's already listed, it's coming forward for individual listing in the future as part of multiple properties documentation of Green Book resources across the whole state. So this was originally the home of a white salesman named D.D. DeButts. It was constructed around 1898. And the National Register listing doesn't mention the house as a Green Book listed hotel. The nomination focuses on the neighborhood's history as a white community prior to World War II. And then after World War II, the neighborhood shifted fairly abruptly and rapidly from an all-white enclave to an all-Black neighborhood. In 1949, it opened as the Magnolia Hotel and began a 6-year run in the Green Book. That's the Green Book. There it is. In one of the editions of the Green Book. The Green Book, as I'm assuming you all know, but if you don't, it's a travel guide designed to help African-American travelers find accommodations, food, and services in locations across the United States. Today, the house has been revived as the Magnolia House, a boutique hotel. You've probably already noticed a few changes to the exterior as we were moving around, including this front door, which is a replacement. But overall, the house retains the integrity necessary to continue to convey its historic significance as a hotel for African-American travelers in the mid-20th century. This is a sketch floor plan that includes a modern commercial kitchen, but it's generally true to the original layout. The hotel became a popular destination for African-American travelers who were excluded from white hotels. And guests of note included James Brown, Ray Charles, Ruth Brown, who is a singer. I did have to look her up. Joe Tex, Ike and Tina Turner, Carter G. Woodson, and Jackie Robinson. And as I say, that's kind of just to name a few. Staff does recommend adding the Magnolia House to the study list. Its period of significance would span the years the house was listed in the Green Book, and it's likely eligible under criteria A in the areas of commerce, entertainment, recreation, and/or ethnic heritage. Any questions, comments?
So are you saying this is as an individual or be part of the multiple property?
But it's the study listing is to set it up so that it could go with the multiple property documentation form, which will be forthcoming eventually. And that is a grant funded, National Park Service grant funded project. And we're excited to have that well underway. Field work's well underway.
Are other ones already could also be preemptively study listed?
Yes, so we knew that we felt like this was eligible and the owner was interested. So that was sort of low hanging fruit that we could have an owner at the ready to move forward with a nomination. Then the NPDF will set up a situation where other owners or other advocates can get things listed using the NPDF as kind of a base. It will make the nominating process cheaper and faster going forward. Any other questions?
Just saying that, African American Heritage Commission is fully supportive and behind,
Yes.
this project.
Yes. Okay, we will carry on with Oak Lawn Park. Oak Lawn Park is located in Mecklenburg County. It is in Charlotte. And it's sort of situated right between I-77 and Beatty's Ford Road near Johnson C. Smith University. Oak Lawn Park was platted in 1955 and mostly built out by 1961, so it's pretty concentrated. The Beatty's Ford Road corridor is known today as the heart of African American Charlotte, with Johnson C. Smith University as its anchor. The university was founded in 1867, and for many years, white families still continued to live along Beatty's Ford Road. But the corridor really became a beacon for African American families when the West Charlotte High School opened in 1938. That was a public high school for African American students. Charlotte developer Charles Irvin, who you may remember from another nomination a while back, but not too far back, was a prolific post-war developer in Charlotte, and Oak Lawn Park was one of his many subdivisions. The neighborhood developed as a home for mostly blue-collar working families, with a few professors and white-collar professionals in the neighborhood as well. This is very close to McCrory Heights, which is also study listed, and just sort of broad brush, generally speaking, have more white-collar professional African-American residents in it. Today, Oak Lawn Park is one of Charlotte's best preserved post-war suburbs. It was determined eligible in an environmental review evaluation in 2013, and it was designated as a local historic district in 2020. So staff recommends adding Oak Lawn Park to the study list. The likely period of significance would reflect its development between 1955 and 1961, and it's likely eligible under A in the areas of ethnic heritage, and or community planning and development, and possibly under C for its architecture. So that one's, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but that one's kind of a slam dunk. And now we have the State Capitol Holiday Inn. Dr. Johnson's reaction is similar to many reactions. The State Capitol Holiday Inn is a 19-story hotel located here in Wake County, just a couple of blocks away. Here you can see it just outside the Capitol Area Historic District boundary. It was completed in 1969. It was designed by Lundgren and Maurer of Austin, Texas. The hotel was constructed at a time when downtown was becoming less appealing to developers, but this location between downtown and NC State's campus was a prime location for a hotel to serve travelers who were coming on government business or on university business. Kim and Wilson founded the Holiday Inn in Memphis, Tennessee in 1952. In 1958, his architect, a man named William Bond, unveiled two standardized designs. One was a U shape and one was an L shape. Both kind of had a central courtyard with a swimming pool. In the 1960s, the chain began spreading into downtowns and international cities they started opening resort complexes. Wilson collaborated with Leonard Lundgren and Ed Maurer to design a new tall hotel for downtowns. And in 1964, the first Round Holiday Inn opened in Austin, Texas. The company built the Round hotels across the country, and versions remain standing today in Austin, Los Angeles, Long Beach, California, Charleston, South Carolina, and Raleigh. So we'll take a look at the exterior today.
But to be clear, are you saying those are the only 5 examples that remain?
I believe they are. That's how it was presented in the application, and I think that that's
Seriously.
all right.
Work on change.
So let's talk about what has changed. So the view on the left is the east elevation today. And then the view on the right is sort of shows you the west and south elevations. But even though they're not exactly in the same location, you can see that the enclosure of the balconies is the most striking exterior change. And so that's kind of a detail, and it shows you the balconies are still there. I mean, their little platforms are still there, but they are fully enclosed. And then the base is surrounded by a circular parking deck. Originally, that was covered with a combination of concrete panels and then sections of pierced concrete block. The pierced block remains, but the solid panels have been removed, and they added sort of a metal kind of awning on the front. The pool, still visible in 2010, is gone now. And of course, the sign is gone. The Austin, Texas version that's the very first one, and they put a great big addition on it. Let's see, these are, the one on the bottom left is the one from Los Angeles. And the one on the bottom right is from Long Beach. And both of those are in really, really good condition. And then this is the one from Charleston. Charleston hasn't been changed very much, although they did change some of the paneling around the top there. So staff discussed this for a long time. This came before the committee it came in for staff review. I don't know if it made it to the committee or not, but staff discussed it in 2018. And at that time did not feel like it was a good candidate. After some discussion on this a couple of weeks ago, staff did recommend adding it to the study list, most likely eligible under A in the areas of commerce or recreation and entertainment. Because of alterations, staff did not feel it was a good candidate under C. Let's see. I just told you that part. Sorry. Staff did feel that the choice by a large multinational chain to build kind of a signature design in downtown Raleigh in the 1960s may have some significance in the area of commerce. Additionally, there were a number of hotels built in Raleigh during this era, and this one does actually retain some of the best integrity from that era. So I will leave that in your capable hands.
You know who's bringing this forward or why? Because I thought this was gonna be torn down.
Right. The applicant is from an architect's office, and don't know why.
Sarah, I have a procedural question for you.
Yes.
You presented on 4 properties.
Mhm.
I have a comment on the first one, and maybe a comment on this one. Others may also. So how do you want us to handle that?
If y'all want to go back and go to the first one and go through them one at a time and vote or discuss and vote, certainly do that.
Just, we can maybe get them quickly, but just so that
Yes,
we'll have a chance to discuss that.
Not recommending the first one, but you're recommending the other 3.
you got it.
Again,
The staff was recommended the first one not be,
that's correct, right? I just want to.
the other 3, the staff are recommending the other.
That's correct. Before we make a motion, Sarah, is that, we can, okay. I don't just like, make a comment on the first one, which is Beechwood Cemetery. I understand the staff recommendation is no, that not be study listed. I don't necessarily disagree, but my question is, I'm thinking about that perpetual care cemeteries. I realize aesthetically, those aren't the most appealing, given what we often think about in terms of historic cemeteries, where the marker styles, fencing, other attributes, landscape qualities are obviously stand out. My question is there a context for perpetual care cemeteries as a mid-century modern type development, similar to, say, ranch houses or post-World War II housing?
There is not, and I don't know the way the National Register is. The register is designed to make it hard to list a cemetery, kind of because everyone thinks their cemetery is special. So it's by design difficult, and I don't know that. I'm not sure how much a context would help.
But yeah, there may not be.
Do you have comments?
I'm just making, so the other comment I'll make is, it doesn't apply to this cemetery, but as I've said to you a number of times, and Mary Beth Fitz in the past when she was at OSA, and to Dr. Waters at a different occasion. I am concerned with particularly pre-emancipation African-American cemeteries or even post-emancipation where that may be the only property type that's extant for certain time periods. That may not apply here. I understand that, but I just want to make the comment that I understand it's hard to get cemeteries listed. I understand why. I get all of that. Yet in certain cases, cemeteries may be the only property type for a certain region, population, theme. So I just want to make that.
Yes.
I did have a question. Was it OSA that decided that D wouldn't be appropriate in this case? Or-
We sent it to them for comment, Beechwood Cemetery. And so, yeah.
They didn't,
Yeah.
okay.
That's all I have for Ed, nothing for Beechwood, but if there are other comments, we're gonna talk about, take a vote on Beechwood now. Is there any other discussion on that one in terms of staff recommendation? Someone like to make a motion on Beechwood Cemetery? We want to have more discussion?
So the motion would be to accept or not accept staff's approval or recommendation.
That's correct, yes. Staff, just for clarity, staff recommended that it not.
You recommend that we not
Right.
add it to the study list, so
So you can move to accept staff recommendation.
move to accept staff's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
David Bergstone, thank you. Okay, those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No abstentions? Okay. Beechwood,
All right, Magnolia House would be the next one.
comments, questions, or discussions on Magnolia House? Dr. Johnson?
I already said my comment.
Okay.
I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Harper. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone, no abstentions? Motion is passed. We're on to Oak Lawn. Is there any questions or discussions on Oak Lawn? Okay, is there a motion for Oak Lawn?
I move that it's a slam dunk.
Dr. Chris is the second.
Well,
And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Abstentions? It's passed. And then the last one, state capital holiday, it's there, I feel like there might be some discussion here. I want to say a few things.
I never thought I would be asked to vote on that for the national legislature. And I did meet the architect.
You did.
I did.
That's great. I'll make a
I
comment,
lived
which
in
is
Austin.
it's not my favorite style of architecture. I fully admit that, but I recognize that if it's only one of 5 or 6 examples that are extant, I can get beyond the potential integrity issues and recognize that it is somewhat unique, and particularly with Sarah's comment about there being an architect who, or brand design at that time for that style of architecture.
And the balcony enclosures may become a question during the nomination, but as you noted, the balconies are there. It's not, it couldn't be adjusted. And I would agree, it's not my personal cup of tea, but I think it is a uniquely American story.
It's fine. This takes some time.
you recommended approval?
So is there a motion for the state capital holiday? Okay. David Bergson, a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? And no abstentions?
Yeah, now's your chance.
Don't tell anybody that.
So we have one more study list property
No.
and we'll finish.
It is hilarious to me. I'm sorry. This is bizarre.
I'm kind of regretting, I
sorry to
don't
say,
read who the applicants are because I don't know. But now I need to go back and read up on this one.
It's like about a few example of bad architecture. Yeah, you probably.
Yes, that's kind of my point, yes.
So, wait,
Oh, it did, sorry. Well, that it could be.
I don't know.
and folks shouldn't ever do it again.
That would be impressive.
Getting the message.
I admire the intent that Holiday Inn had to try to do something that they believe was unique at the time. You know, one can never account for taste. But it was a coordinated effort.
And it is all in the South.
And they did have plans, I know, at one time to try to put one in every state capital.
Country.
There was around.
Okay.
Moving on.
I'm gonna close this out. I started us off, so closing us out. This is Andrew Jackson Elementary School in Halifax. So, Andrew Jackson Elementary School is located in Halifax. It's situated within the boundaries of the Halifax Historic District, which was listed in the National Register in 1970. But the school is not addressed within the nomination. And also contained within that district boundary is the Halifax State Historic Site. So, it's indicated by the red stars at the far end of the historic site, but it is within that boundary. But it was built in 1959, so if that nomination was ever amended, it would be a non-contributing resource. The school is located on St. Andrew Street, northeast of downtown Halifax, and occupies the southwest portion of a 10-acre parcel, again indicated by the red star. Andrew Jackson Elementary School was constructed in 1959. It was named for Andrew Joshua Jackson, an African-American man born enslaved in Virginia, who was taken to Halifax County as a young boy. After emancipation, he was ordained as a minister in the First Baptist Church in town and became the major advocate and supporter of Freeman education in Halifax. Andrew Jackson Elementary School is part of the Weldon City School System, the jurisdiction of which does extend into the town of Halifax. That's Mr. Jackson there. And the school was not associated with him directly, but it was named for him in his honor. The school is a single-story flat roof concrete block building clad in a brick veneer. The building is generally eye-shaped, which you can see in that aerial in the top left corner, with a central block oriented towards St. Andrew Street, framed by two vertical wings. The two vertical sections form a small courtyard to the rear of the building. The southeast wing, which is on the right side of the building there, contains the auditorium and lunchroom, and then the northwest wing contains additional classrooms. This is the facade of the school. You can see all of those kind of white patches sections along the front originally held multi-light metal sashes, probably awning sashes from what I've seen. I did have a picture, but it had school children in it, and I wasn't gonna include that without their permission. But those were most likely infilled with concrete block when air conditioning was installed in the school. So that is one of the major modifications to the school that's occurred. There are a couple left on the admin block, which we'll see, and also on the lunchroom. But the big banks of windows have been enclosed with concrete block. During the mid-20th century, both Halifax County and Weldon City schools were segregated. Even after the Supreme Court ruled on Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, schools in Halifax remained effectively segregated for the next 15 years. In 1956, the Halifax County Board of Education proposed a spending plan that included school consolidation and the construction of a new school for African-American students. Funded by a local bond, Andrew Jackson Elementary School was completed in 1959, and the school was designed by Charles Craig Davis Jr., a locally prolific architect, who designed over 30 school projects in Halifax County between 1958 and 1978. And you can see the windows that are remaining, that's on the admin block there. The ones that were in these larger sections would have been a much larger window, but probably had like an awning sash in the middle somewhere. So it would have been somewhat similar. And you can see going around, this is the northwest elevation showing you that classroom block, and then also to the back where the courtyard is, seeing all of those windows that have been enclosed with either concrete block or metal siding. Andrew Jackson Elementary School opened in 1959, consolidating several existing African-American schools in Weldon City School District, including Pea Hill School, Ballard Grove School, both of which are Rosenwalds, and the original Andrew Jackson School, which to my knowledge was not associated with this property, but was somewhere in Halifax. I could not find the original location of that school, but I know it was somewhere in the school or in the city. And I believe Andrew Jackson was actually involved in the creation of that school, but not this one. let's see. In the fall of 1961, Andrew Jackson Elementary School became the first Black elementary school in Halifax County to be accredited by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. The school continued to serve a segregated student body until 1970, when Weldon City Schools' integration plan was fully implemented. Andrew Jackson Elementary School operated until 2001, when it closed and the students were moved to Weldon Elementary School. And this photo shows the southwest kind of wing, or southeast wing, I'm sorry, with the lunchroom and auditorium in it. So you can see some of the windows that are left there. The interior of the school is organized around a double-loaded hallway with a central block, and in the central block and northwest wing. Interior walls are either brick or concrete block, and the floors are vinyl tile. Classrooms have clear story windows along the hallways. The main entrance leads to a short hallway with an office and restrooms on the north side, and that's in that top left-hand photo. The entrance hallway then connects to the primary hallway in the central block to the north and the auditorium wing to the south side. The metal truss roof structure is exposed throughout the entire building, and the auditorium wing, which you can see in those bottom two photos, has a proscenium stage at the southwest end and a flexible audience lunchroom space extending to the northeast. And so that lunchroom, you can see kind of the bottom left corner, that's like the big open flex space, and that connects to the lunchroom, or I guess you'd call the kitchen, which you can see here in this photo. So that's the kitchen space, and then there's a bathroom in that right-hand photo, which has tile up the walls as well as tile floors. Since the school closed in 2001, there have been a few nuisance fires, and some damage has occurred to the interior of the building. These are just some examples here. You can see it along this particular hallway, as well as I believe it's inside one of the classrooms. It has caused some structural damage, obviously some water damage as well. You can see those clear story windows really well in this hallway along the classrooms. So they had lots of light coming in, and those are not holes in the roof. Those are intentional holes. Those are skylights. So, but they don't have glass anymore, so that is causing a problem. Two prefabricated sheds and a small playground are also associated with the property and are located to the rear of the school. Andrew Jackson Elementary School is potentially significant under Criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage as a mid-20th century African-American school representing the pre-integration era in Halifax. After Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, local school boards in North Carolina used the Pupil Assignment Act and Freedom of Choice Act under the Prosal Plan to effectively keep schools segregated. Schools in Halifax County were not integrated until 1969 when the district court ruled in favor of integration. And they did not integrate until the courts made them integrate. They held out until the very end. Constructed in 1959, Andrew Jackson Elementary School represents a unique moment in the county's pre-integration history as a segregated school built for Black students after Brown versus Board of Education. And I did take a look at our database to see what other resources from this era we had. This was the only comparable I could find in our database. There may be more out there, but this is just what we have documented right now. This is Dawson Elementary School near Scotland Neck, which is kind of on the other side of the town now. It just went right out of my head. Enfield, but it's on the kind of the other side of the county. And it was constructed in 1954 and 1959 with later additions in the 60s and 70s. It was determined eligible in 2018 as part of a environmental review project as a pre-integration era school. It's very similar in its form. It's flat roof, concrete block, brick veneer. It does have its windows, which we lack. Probably the windows would have been somewhat similar. And like I said, there could be additional schools, but we just don't have the documentation of them right now. So this is another example. It does have a slightly different history than Andrew Jackson. There was an original Dawson school that was located next to it. It's no longer there. And then the original section of the school was built as like an auditorium, lunchroom, like additional classroom building. And then later on became its own entity and additions were built on it to get to its final form. So it's got a slightly different history, but it is the only comparable we have. Okay. Despite later changes, Andrew Jackson Elementary School still retains a moderate degree of integrity. The school retains its original form and interior plan with double-loaded corridors lined with classrooms. The majority of the exterior and interior finishes are also still extant, although again, there has been damage and the enclosure of the windows. The enclosure of the windows does impact its integrity, but overall it retains the character-defining features that identify it as a mid-20th century school constructed for African-American students during the pre-integration era. And we talked about this for quite a bit as well as another one we had a lot of discussions about. And we felt that despite the integrity concerns, you know, the windows are gone. We still felt like the windows kind of red because of that concrete block. So we were inclined at the very least to say that it was at least deserving of additional study to determine if it could move forward. So staff does recommend placement of the Andrew Jackson Elementary School on the state study list for potential significance under criterion A in the area of education and Black ethnic heritage. So that is Andrew Jackson School.
Again, what you were saying about the schools association with the name Andrew Jackson and the individual there.
So Andrew Jackson, he was after he was emancipated, I'm not exactly sure his full story, but he was trained as a blacksmith while he was enslaved. After slavery, he was involved with the First Baptist Church in town, which is one of the earliest African-American churches in Halifax. And that one is in not this Halifax Historic District, but the other Halifax Historic District for the town itself. So he was involved with that. And he was also very interested in freedmen education. And I think he was involved, I really couldn't find as much information about it as I wanted to, but I think he was involved in the founding of the first Andrew Jackson School, which was not this school. It was not on this property as far as I can tell. It was somewhere in Halifax. I did a lot of searching and couldn't figure out where it was. But he was involved with that school. And then when this school was built, and the schools were consolidated, it was named in his honor. So he died, I forget when he died, but a while before this school was built. So he was not involved with the construction of this school. Again, I couldn't find as much as I wanted to find. There's something interesting going on with the Weldon City School System and the Halifax County School System, because Weldon City Schools overlap somehow in Halifax, and I'm pretty sure there's some kind of complicated history and it might tie in. I'm getting a nod. Yes. Okay. We felt like there was a story there with that, and probably with integration and segregation and using that as a way of manipulating the school districts. But again, couldn't quite figure out what it was just from my initial research. So we felt like there was at least some potential for additional research and that we might find a story that was, more impactful. So do you know anything about it, Dr. Johnson, in terms of off the top of your head?
I know who may have that.
Good to know. Okay.
That information, and that's why it was not in my head, because there is tension, quite a bit of tension.
Yes.
There. And so there are probably several people who hold the information that you're looking for and just need a proper introduction.
That would be great, because I know we were contacted, I did a site visit here, so some of these photos are my photos, in addition to the consultant's photos. And the superintendent who kind of started this process didn't really know as much about the history. And I know the consultant went to a reunion they had recently, and again, I guess didn't really gather as much history there either. So we're kind of looking for that. We know that there's a story, but we haven't quite found it yet. And there might be something as well with when the Halifax State Historic Site was created, why the school was put here. Was this the African-American section of town before it was a state historic site? But there's a note in the nomination for the town's district that this area was owned. There were several dozen African-American families displaced for the state historic site. So I'm not sure exactly if that is part of the story as well. So like I said, there was a lot of little threads, but couldn't really chase them down as part of the study list application. So anyways.
I think, Lauren, I'll say, I appreciate the work that you've done on this, because this was a request that came down from us that, and we met with the community on this. There are a number of issues around this, but I think you've already told us more than we knew, when these conversations got started. So I just want to commend you for the work that you've done, you did so far.
I tried to find as much as I could, and I know the consultant did as well. It's just, I think we just need to connect with the right people.
Yes.
Naming an elementary school for Andrew Jackson and moving that forward. I don't approve of that. I think it should be killed, should be destroyed, tear down. No, I don't know what the community think about that, but I know something about issues in Halifax County, Weldon, schools there and all that.
In the former board, the board chair, at the time that we got the conversation started around this, Tank Williams who helped. You may have met with him
I
while.
don't remember.
And, he and I had multiple conversations about this, and they wanted to see if it was possible to move it forward in this process. But he recently died suddenly, which is unfortunate because he was really wanting to see something materialize, and I hate that he won't be around to see where this would go.
There was a national program, you remember Ted Koppel's show Nightline? He did a special study on developments in Halifax, Weldon, and the schools, and all of that, how these folk were, just opposed to, the desegregation of school. And also the election of a county commissioner there, like made up about 50% of the vote and all of that, but the way they gerrymandered the districts, they gerrymandered the districts for schools, same way. So that whites living in one area, would go to the better school in another area. Blacks living in that area would go to another school. Okay, and so to carry forward a name, Andrew Jackson. That's just not a good name. Jackson. Now, I won't go against the community folk. I'm not a part of that community. I'm a part of the larger community. But now if those folk can handle it, I can live with it, but I'm not in favor.
I'm not,
Wasn't-
I talked to his parents about that. His parents named Andrew Joshua Jackson. That's interesting though.
Well, if he was born enslaved, so I'm sure it was a name given to him.
Very
He
interesting.
adopted it for himself.
So,
North Carolina.
But that was an earlier school that had his name, right? We don't have to carry it forward, with this later, school. Because as we learn better, we should do better, right? Okay. I mean, we learned the history of it. So it was okay. We had, Booker T. Washington schools, no Du Bois schools and all of that early on, but we don't have to perpetuate all of that now, So this school was 1959, correct?
correct.
Right. And so there's, unless the community says there's a direct link there, you can let him die with the other school that was named for him much earlier, Okay, no.
That's the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the community.
So, any other questions?
Any other discussion or questions for Lauren on the?
We have a flip, like the mill building with windows and the school building without windows.
But.
So the same issue about.
In a good case and is there a motion on this one?
Move to approve.
Sorry, Dr. Harper seconded. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye. Anyone opposed? No abstentions? Oh, sorry. Dr. Denard. Dr. Denard opposed, yes. Sorry, I apologize for getting ahead of myself. One opposition. Then we're essentially done, but before we adjourn, I'd like to take a few minutes, if you'll indulge me. I was talking with Dr. Johnson at lunchtime. She was telling me about the trip that she just returned from, and it's so important. I asked her if she'd be willing to share with the rest of us her observations and comments, and if you're willing.
thank you, Chair. And I won't take up much of y'all's time, but it's something that will be coming, we'll be talking about more and more with the Office of Archives and History. And three of us from North Carolina went as a part of a United States Civil Rights pilgrimage tour in 8 different states, primarily led by Tennessee. They had like 50 folks that they brought down. We're talking about the civil rights sites that the states have each of the states have identified and how to better promote them. And part of this is not just promoting them for tourism, but also elevating the history and the story. And one of the things that I'm pledging to do with my various work is to help us really elevate the story in North Carolina. It is very interesting. It's not just US modern civil rights that we can talk about. If we look at the long history of resistance to oppression that has occurred in the state and the ways that that has happened. And we've got sites that tell that story, but we need to elevate it a little bit more. And one of the interesting things is the connection between this, how they talk about Montgomery, and we did we went across the Pettus Bridge, Edmund Pettus Bridge. Kind of, that was, and to look at Selma now, and as a preservationist, it is really, they have serious problems, and a lot of it's like industry. So seeing what that was, but that spark of spirit still there. And then to go to Montgomery and all of the resources they have in terms of his history was amazing. We went to Dexter King Memorial Church, and there was a young man who gave Dr. King's speech from the pulpit as Dr. King. And it made me think about how we can utilize our young people to be able to kind of reenact. We have different kinds of reenactors in the States. Why not reenact those stories like Ella Baker? Well, my favorite is Abraham Galloway, but that's a whole nother, the precursors to what we've done. And so that civil rights story, the main thing was going to the Equal Justice Initiative's Legacy Museum, which that was the hardest museum I've ever gone through, but one of the most important. The weight of the story and the through line from enslavement all the way to mass incarceration, the way they did that, elevating various stories and who's participating, and doing it with the kind of technology, starting with just the water. And then the sound of the water, then the sight, and then you go through the various components and you can hear people talking the story. But that isn't all that Bryan Stevenson has done as a lawyer, as a conservationist. He has a sculpture garden. And I was telling Sean that in that garden, and I was telling Dr. Waters, one of the main pieces is a young man, Stephen Hayes, who is a sculptor and artist from Durham, North Carolina. He is getting national and international recognition for the work he's done. He's
about this piece down
He
in
said that
Wilmington.
he did the Boundless
He's
piece.
one of the artists that's working with us down at Tryon Palace. Okay.
And he's also working with Brunswick Town. We've got that story and we've got that artist. How is it that we are talking about that history and then making the case for young people? Because every time we turned around, it was about voting. And just what do you do with the democracy? How are you responsible? And so the final piece, the hardest piece of that trip was the lynching museum. And they have these pillars.
That's right.
They're suspended, but they're also pillars that are on the ground, almost like graves. And when I walked through the North Carolina section, I was photographed. Every single county in North Carolina had a lynching. And it took me all that time to just photograph each one of those pillars that were on the ground. And to think, how do we tell this kind of story that doesn't separate, but unifies? And that's what Bryan Stevenson is all about in Montgomery. And they're making money. We met Rosa Parks. They have a replica of the Cleveland Avenue bus. And there's an actress who depicts her. And so I took you to the depths, but the highlight was meeting Fred Gray, who was the attorney for Rosa Parks, Mrs. Parks. Also, the other 4 Black women prior to Rosa Parks who were arrested because of their actions in not being removed from their seats on public transportation. He's 94, sharp as a whip, and Toe said, I'm telling you the story of this where Joanne Robinson, who was an instructor at Alabama State, she got her students, and overnight, they mimeographed thousands of flyers in order to put out the word that we're going to boycott. And they didn't use in the legal papers the term boycott, which was really interesting because of the legal ramifications of stopping someone's business. So they said they came up with the title. They were the Montgomery Improvement Association. And this was a project. And he talked about how he sat with Joanne Robinson, Professor Robinson, in her home as they were crafting what they do and making decisions, the strategic decisions that they had to make. Like, it was supposed to be one day, but they thought about it and said, this is until we are able to ride those buses. And I'm paraphrasing. We're just gonna and it took 380 something days. And he went through the whole story, even the legal components that he participated in. And to hear him in 2024 talking about the necessity of how you address this is through the people that you elect to represent you in the way that you want to be represented. And here, his whole lifetime. And he was 24. That's the other piece. When he had just come out of
Trained lawyer.
school, trained lawyer of the
Intern with death row inmates in Georgia. That's where he got excited about what he's doing.
But he was set out to be a he said he was supposed to be a preacher.
Yeah.
And again, he was led to a different path and an amazing path. And so that was the power of being able to be in community with others. And so we want to bring that home and again, lift up the sites that we have. Because we have some amazing stories.
We do.
I mean, just incredible ways in which people have worked against each other as well as with each other. And we need to be able to be the ones to tell our story.
Yeah. Just
in our way.
I'll just add that Secretary Wilson, just to give him his due. He has been very committed to this, and he just recently, we brought together a team on the whole issue of lynching in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And instead of just trying to put something together, he has approved funding for a major study to look at, to try to get the depth of this whole incident in North Carolina. So we have hired a scholar who's going to do that research, and he is committed department funds to do that study. So we'll see what comes out of that. And I think that's a part of the process that we want to do here. So I want to just mention that.
And I have to thank
Secretary Wilson,
Secretary Wilson for that, and also sending us down to this pilgrimage to kind of start strategizing what we want to do.
Less than a month ago, New Bern had a program where they recognized one of these persons that had been lynched down at the site, then collected soil. So I'm all in favor of this, as long as we don't misuse this history to talk about, Dr. King on steroids. You understand what I'm saying? Anybody would associate, Dr. King with Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, based on what one has done, what the other one has not done. I mean, that's terrible. So now, I know I've done a lot of work in Mississippi with the Fannie Lou Hamer Institute, and we've gone all over the state and out of the state, these historic sites. When you look at Self, you see, the developments there. I mean, it's like you step back, way back. Beverly Perdue, when she was governor of North Carolina, says that North Carolina was becoming like the new Mississippi, you know. And there are connections there with, I'm in Eastern North Carolina, you know, and I see, you know, some of those connections that we have a lot of history. If we can use this history properly and not allow it to become the opium of the people, you know, then I'm in favor of that. But so often, you know, our history, you know, gets misused or co-opted, you know, by other forces, and it doesn't work in our best interests, you know. And that's what we have to be concerned about when we go into that, to say we're not going to give folks some additional ammunition, you know, to push us back and all of that, because we won't go back. Okay. So I'm in favor. I'm excited about this if we can work on this. But we see the fights at these historic sites, you know, in these places, you know, where folk are willing to entertain some ideas, yeah, but not really, you know, deal with the fundamentals. And I'm talking about Roll Tide in Alabama. You know, I love sports with what we've seen done there with Saban, and what we saw also with 2013 with Shelby County, Alabama versus Holden, you know, which gutted the 1965 Civil Rights Act. And we are fighting now, you know, to take away the rights of African-American voters, as opposed to clothing them with the right. So we're going back there, but we want to go forward in some areas. So that's what I'm saying. That's the danger. As beautiful as that.
But that's why I said it was weighty, and that it wasn't the kind of sugarcoating. It was, here's the context that you've got to understand. So we don't go down the path, continue down the path that is going to take us backward. And that, I mean, it's up to us to be able to do that kind of work.
I think we can do that even with a group like this, and this is what I'm talking about with the infield pieces, you know, in the historic districts. You know, I mean, we can make adjustments here, you know, as we see adjustments that are needed and move forward and all of that. But, yeah, so I'm in favor.
That's great. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Dennard. I appreciate your comments. I know thanks for everyone for indulging us, and it was important. And thanks for sharing your personal experience. With that, I'll bring us back. I want to hopefully end on an optimistic note. Just remember to fill out your paperwork before we go. And the last thing I need to hear is a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Thank you. Dr. Dennard is a second. All those in favor? Aye. Is there anyone opposed? No abstentions. Thank you, everyone, for the great meeting.
Great.
See you in a few months.
Good stuff. I had very